my stand. No too bother, no too bother. Yeah. No too bother. No too bother. My seat. Were you there? My seat.
Yeah, some things will not be big. You understand what I mean?
My seat.
I saw your email. I just with my email will get response.
Yeah.
It's not something we Yes.
Check. Test. Test. Test.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Shall I try to share my screen now or later? Hello?
Joining online. She did first present that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
A very good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the SPE Lagos Section Annual Technical Symposium and Exhibition. Today, the 18th of May, 2022. The year is getting older by the day. And good morning to all those who have joined us remotely. Jackson, which is my Zoom camera? The one in front of me? Is that what I'm looking at right now? That's my Zoom camera. Okay. And I'm guessing I have some people online already. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so to all of the participants online, we welcome you. Thank you for joining us wherever you're dialing in from. It's morning in Nigeria. If you're dialing in from somewhere that has a different time zone, maybe it's an afternoon, it's afternoon where you are, so good afternoon to you. If it's somewhere in Asia, you just might be only be doing now. Yeah, afternoon into night. So good afternoon, good evening to you. If you're in the United States or around that region of the world, it's okay to say good morning. We've denied you some sleep, but it's for a worthy cause. I'm sure you know that. So welcome to all of you. And to those of you in the room, a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you for joining us. SPE Lagos section started this year's ATS yesterday with an all virtual event that had quite an esteemed list of speakers, as we do today, from the companies who will be speaking to us today. But yesterday was a diverse mix of speakers from government to organizations that provide consulting services to the industry, more like policymakers, operators, from indeed across Africa. It wasn't just a Nigerian thing yesterday, because if you look at the theme that we're looking at today at this event, we're looking at energy transition, and again, we're looking for fit for purpose technology, if you like, or systems that would make us transit quite easily. So from across Africa yesterday, in countries like Uganda, the Gambia, South Africa, and indeed Nigeria, we had people speak to us, those who were fortunate to dial in yesterday. Some of us were not that fortunate to dial in yesterday, so we're busy with some other engagements. So we welcome you to the second day of this ATS and E, if we must call it in full. So can we go to a holding slide that has a logo or something, because the event has started. You're still saying begin shortly. So those online, I hope they are not seeing this. Let them know, go start thinking that we're still playing. Thank you very much. Yes, Africa's pathway to energy transition. Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is the grand ballroom of a hotel and suite. Apologies, first of all, for starting a little behind schedule. We have lost 40 minutes already. And to that effect, I will appeal to all our speakers today that much as it is not their fault, because all of our speakers, I saw them this morning come in and in good time. And as I would like to do, I would apologize to all of our early comers on behalf of the late comers. I will apologize to you. So please, when it's time for you to speak, let's do the best we can to be concise with our contributions today, considering how much time that we've lost already in starting today's event. The Grand Ballroom of the Hotel and Suite, the hotel has not planned any particular drill today. Therefore, they are saying, should there be an emergency, in which case we'll hear a repeated ringing of an alarm, we're requested to exit through the clearly marked doors to my left and my right. Now, to my left, the door will lead you all through the hallway. Again, when you get out to my left to the foyer, then and left again, all through the hallway out of this entire convention center area of the hotel. It will lead you to a muster point in front of between a co-signature and this particular building. Okay. That said, if you, in the hours that will be here, which I'm guessing will happen, you need to use the lavatories or the toilets, if you like. They are through the same exit. To your right, you'll find the lavatories for both men and women. If you exit through this door, you will still do a right. It will take you out to the main entrance, to the main walkway again, to the same muster point that I spoke about. But if you exit here and do a right, it will take you all the way to the hotel swimming pool and volleyball court area. That will serve as another muster point. The security team of the hotel will always walk up to me every time I walk into this premises to remind me to tell my distinguished delegates to ensure that their personal belongings are kept close to them. In other words, guide and guard your personal belongings. Because much as it is a private event somewhat, it is still a public facility. So please take care of your personal belongings and the time that will be here. If you have cause to rise from your table and leaving them behind, should be in the custody of one that has come with you or known to you. Okay, I do not know, but should you be giving any kind of souvenirs that looks like a bag or file identical, my advice always is do not put personal belongings in them. Quite simply, the fact that it might be taken by someone else in case of mistaken identity, in which case not stealing, of course. And if you have any valuable in it, you just might go through the stress of looking for that valuable until it returns to you. So please do not do that. In your phones, yes, your phones, please turn them to silence or vibrations at this time. You can see it's quite a small event. Just turn them to silence and vibrations so that we do not distract one another with the caller tunes of our phone. And if for any reason you own the kind of phone that rings while it is off, remove the battery. That would help. All right. So that said, I welcome all of us to this year's SPE Lagos section annual technical symposium and exhibition. It's quite a unique event. In between, we will take a break, visit with the exhibitors that you see at the back. But let me just quickly walk you through what our agenda is like today. It's on your table already, but let me just run through that quite briefly. Once I'm done with these opening formalities, I still have one or two more things to do. We'll get into a formal welcoming by the section chair of Lagos section. Thereafter, we'll go into a key presentation from our council chairman and a member of the board of trustees of the Lagos section. Thereafter, we'll take some sponsors' remarks. After our sponsor, speaking of sponsors, we really want to appreciate all of you. We'll find time as you get to your turn to speak to appropriately recognize you. But can we please give all of our sponsors and partners a resounding applause? Yeah, if I had said, let's give an applause to some company that is planning to sponsor this event, that applause will be fitting. But I'm talking about those who have sponsored already. So can we try it one more time? An applause to our sponsors. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we'll take some sponsors' remarks, and then we'll take the first batch of presentations. We'll take from 3 companies. You get to meet them shortly. After that, we'll break again and take another sponsor's remark. A 4th company presentation will follow after that. Then we will take a short break, visit with exhibitors, stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee or tea or water or juice, whatever you prefer. We'll come back and run through the second batch of presentations from 3 other companies, and then we'll break again with a sponsor's remark. Thereafter, if you would be hungry at that time, I would propose a fasting and prayer, but if you insist, we'll have lunch, which is okay. And after lunch, we'll take 2 more presentations, a final walk through the exhibition for the day, a raffle draw. I'm sure you were all given raffle tickets to something when you walked in here. If you don't have one, can you wave at me? If you don't have one, you don't have one? Can my ushers please see to it that gentleman in sky blue came in quite early. So if he doesn't have one, I would not be very surprised. You know, sometimes a penalty for being too early, but we'll fix that penalty. It's all right. They'll get one to yours. Just joking. Okay, so we'll finish that. We'll run through the raffle. We'll run through the raffle draw quite quickly, and then the vote of thanks will follow to close the event, and a few announcements of some of the upcoming events of SP Nigerian Council and the Lagos section. Okay. So that said, let me just quickly recognize some of our speakers and dignitaries who've joined us here this morning. Let me begin by recognizing our council chairman, a member of the Lagos Section Board of Trustees, Professor Olalekan Olafuyi. My chair, good morning, sir. Please give our chairman a round of applause. Warm welcome to you. Mr. Henry Mkiti is the Chief Operating Officer for Sahara Energy. You're welcome, sir. A very good morning to you. Thank you for being with us. Is that Ashrami or Sahara? They're all the same. Yeah, it's the same. It's like P-square, Peter and Paul, they're twins, right? All right, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. We also have here with us today, Mrs. Owen Inyang. Owen Inyang is the co-founder of Just Stand Out and the treasurer for Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. I wouldn't know if she's here in person as of yet, but we appreciate that you're joining us shortly. Okay, Dal Walker. I do not know if Dal Walker or Shlombeje is here, but let's also recognize the section chair for Lagos section, Fayama Okoli. Fayama, good morning. You're still walking around. You're a chair, but it's all right. We understand. Congratulations, Fayama, for putting this together, you and your team. Quite stressful in these days to put events of this nature together, and you have pulled it off. Thank you very much. General Manager Asset Development for Platform is also in the room, Christopher Ikocha. Christopher, good morning. Thank you for being with us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So we also have here, and again, today's protocol is not anything formal, so sometimes I'll break because of how much time we've lost, and I'll come back to continue, right? Energy Training Center CEO is also here with us. Ibiene Okeleke. Good morning, Ibiene. Good to see you. Thank you for being with us. Okay, so we're going to break it, as I said. At some point, I will come back and continue, but let me just dive into the event proper this morning. Nigeria has said to anyone who is interested in listening around the world that our fuel for transition is gas. And I have said everywhere I have gone around the world, to anybody who cares to listen, it's high time that gas is brought into the conversation as an energy, renewable energy for transition. Okay, but today we'll be seeing presentations from companies, what they are doing with regards to energy transition, finding a fit for purpose solution to our energy transitions conversation. Yesterday, for instance, the company Seplat Energy did launch an initiative that would see them play a part in the green energy space and also the ESG space. I'm sure the companies will be talking to us today are doing 1, 2, or 3 or more initiatives or technological advancement in ensuring that we transit in this whole process, having a more healthier environment and making our production a bit more safer and cleaner for our people. Okay, all of that we will find out as we look at Africa's pathway to net zero fit for purpose energy solutions for sustainable development. Real quick, let me dive into the welcome address and continue with the event. As I said, I will come back later to do other recognitions, but let me just welcome every other distinguished member of SPE Lagos section, SPE Nigerian Council, and every invited guest who's joined us here today. And if the members of the press have joined us today, we welcome all of you. Thank you for your presence this morning. Onwards now to the formal welcome, as I like to welcome the section chair for Lagos, Mrs. Fayama Okoli.
you, Richmond. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am so happy to see everyone seated beautifully in the room this morning. I have a few slides to share, but while they are projecting it, I really want to recognize the dignitaries we have here, VIPs, from several companies that are leading the industry right now. The objective of bringing you here, despite your very busy schedule, is one. There is a lot of conversation around energy transition, and we hear all these in panel sessions. What Lagos section seeks to achieve is to have business leaders come into one space, one forum, and discuss the topic with other business leaders. So you would find that our presenters here today are GMs, MDs, and the people who make decisions for their various organizations, the people who carry the weight of the vision for energy transition in their various organizations. They are going to come and share what those companies are doing. From the Nigerian context, let us see what Nigeria is doing and how Nigeria is positioning for this transition. So before I go into that, I will introduce Lagos section. Lagos section is one of 5 SP sections in Nigeria. We have a national body, the Nigerian Council, that you are very much aware of. Now, in line with SP vision, to continue to lead the oil and gas community's ability to provide energy for the world, we want to position with SPI's vision. And I use this opportunity to invite everyone who is not in SP today to identify with the institution that you operate in. That is the oil and gas industry today, the energy industry today. Identify with it. And there are benefits that SP has curated carefully over several years and decades for all our good. Some of them are highlighted there for our benefits. After the event, you can always reach out to us and we will expand on them. So if I go to the very next slide. For Lagos section, we have built our ambition on 4 pillars. And those pillars are really simple. We want our members to enjoy the benefits for the memberships that their organizations pay for them. All right, we want them to see the value that they get from that membership. That has been the focal point of this year's ambition. And we are glad from the feedback we receive that a lot of people are being more and more sensitized about SPE. Okay, the other pillars of course are programs excellence. We are looking at growth, sustainability of SPE so that more and more people will come on board. I want to also highlight here that beyond participating as a member, you can come to be part of the board. You can volunteer, especially your technical and professional expertise, to the benefit of others. Going further now, we ensure that our programs are for different demographics. So it's not a students, SP is not a students organization, but it is for students, for young professionals, for mid-career professionals, and for senior professionals. You may ask, what is in it for me as a senior professional, maybe a retiree? Yes, there are benefits. Those are the times when you want to give back to the industry that fed you. So we also invite senior professionals to come back and find opportunities to mentor younger ones. Going further. Yes, these are some of our programs. This is one of them, but over a period of 1 year, we've had over 50 programs that you would have been seeing in our different social media handles. And today we are here seated in this room to carry out the annual technical symposium and exhibition. I really hope and wish that you will benefit from today. It has been designed to be value giving. I want to learn out of today's session. It is the first of its kind in terms of workshops on this particular conversation. I hope that you get value from it, insights from it, and you also give. And we share together for the benefit of the industry. So with that, I welcome you to this event. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you very much, Fayama Okoli. Thank you very much, Fayama Okoli. Fayama is the chair for SPE Lagos session, welcoming us and walking us through what to expect from the next couple of hours of presentations that will take place, hoping to see what we're doing as Nigerian-owned companies or Nigerian operating companies regarding getting a fit for purpose energy solutions in this transitions conversation. Before I proceed to our next speaker, let me also recognize the presence. The present James, very good morning to you. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you, James. Thank you very much for being with us. We also have from Teneris. We have in the room from Teneris, 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 have their head of business development who will join us virtually later, Rosario Sobase. Rosario, a very good morning to you. Do say something. Let me be sure that when I get to you, is she online now? She's going to join. Okay, cool. I think she's the only person I have joining me online to speak for now. So if anything has changed and you're online, do not be alarmed. I will get the information. Thank you very much. Okay, so onwards now to the very next presentation, which is a chairman's, a national chairman. We'll listen to a state chairman, not as the national chairman, or please know a political party rally before. Just don't pretend it's not a political rally. Anyways, we'll listen to the section chair. We'll now listen to our council chair, who would give us remarks around the theme of today's event. Please welcome Professor Olalekan Olafuyi.
Thank you very much, Richmond. Good morning, everyone. I'm just going to save us a lot of time from the protocols, so I'll start on existing protocols, but I'll just go straight to the little speech that I have to present. Members and SP Board of Trustees, the MDs of companies, and participants online and in-person Society of Petroleum Engineers continues to reinforce its commitment to energy sustainability and remain at the forefront through knowledge creation and dissemination, thought leadership, and apply industry-best practices. Various symposium and technical workshops have been organized by SP to promote energy literacy, awareness, and collaboration. Worthy of mention is SP Gala Sustainability Program, created to enable all individuals in the oil and gas industry act in the service of sustainable socio-economic development through their professional societies, empowering those at all levels within the organizations to create thought and contribute actions towards addressing our common challenge, the planet's sustainability challenges. SP understands that encouraging responsible energy custodianship requires consistently managing the impact of our activities on people and the planet. Our vision to advance the oil and gas community's ability to meet the world's energy demands in a safe, environmentally responsible, and sustainable manner is holistic and considers women and their livelihoods. Application of best-in-class practices and also the environmental impact. These are related topics that constitute the major concerns being addressed by SP, Lagos section, annual technical section, symposium, and exhibition that we're having today. I am glad that the conversations on Africa's strategic pathway to net zero is being examined by seasoned subjects, matters experts, and global energy leaders within the continent. There has never been a better time to share thoughts around such topical conversation that borders on achieving energy security, enabling economic prosperity and environmental sustainability for Africa. Energy is and will continue to power human progress and economic growth. I want to congratulate SP Lagos section board led by Fayama Okoli on the excellent planning and execution of this technical program. On this note, on behalf of Society of Petroleum Engineers Leadership in Nigeria, I welcome everyone and I encourage you to open your minds in engaging the content of this event while enjoying the presence of your industry peers and friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Olalekan Olafuyi. He's the Chairman, SP Nigerian Council, member of the Board of Trustees of the Lagos section. Okay, onwards, we'll proceed to a few sponsors' remarks. I'd like to also recognize the presence of the General Manager, Human Resource and Corporate Services for Platform, Mrs. Antoinette Eni. Very good morning to you, ma'am, and welcome. Thank you for being with us. I do not know if there's anyone here from Niger Delta ENP. Oh, okay. That will be Mr. Shola Olubenga. My goodness. This face mask doesn't do justice. My bad. A very good morning to you, sir. Please, General Manager, Petroleum and General Subsurface for NDEP. Thank you for joining us. Very good morning to you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going into a couple of our sponsors' remarks. We'll begin with NDEP, followed by ETC, and then we'll take Sahara in that order for this first batch of sponsors' remarks. So I'd like to now welcome the General Manager, Petroleum Engineering and Subsurface for Niger Delta Exploration and Production, Mr. Shola Olubenga.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While standing on an existing protocol, it's a great privilege to be in your midst this morning. And on behalf of my MD, Mr. 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂'𝒊𝒐𝒏, I have these few remarks to share with you. NDEP, Niger Delta Exploration and Production PLC, is a pioneer, fully integrated indigenous oil and gas company in Nigeria and has a vision to be Africa's leading energy company, delivering energy solution verticals sustainably to drive economic development in Nigeria and Africa. Success for NDEP goes beyond delivering on bottom line financial results, demonstrating a duty of care towards the health, safety, and well-being of its people and the environment. Its fully owned operating company, Niger Delta Petroleum Resources Limited, NDPR, has an impeccable safety track record, having logged nearly 50 million man-hours with no LTI, no lost time injury, and 17 years of uninterrupted production. NDPR pioneered the host community trust model of community engagement, which has been incorporated into the recently passed PIA. Through its ND Gas subsidiary, NDEP has contributed to the Nigerian target of flares out and carbon emission reduction by harnessing all the gas, both AG and NAG, in its 𝑭𝒊𝒕 field. Through its 100 million scf per day gas plant commissioned in 2012, ND Gas has ever since consistently supplied processed gas, meeting contracted demands in both the domestic and export markets. Through this strategic investment, NDEP contributes to energy provision in Nigeria through its domestic gas off-taker, PGINL, and globally through NLNG. ND Gas has been able to ensure zero routine upstream gas flaring for 10 years. NDEP recognizes the significant energy deficit in Nigeria and most parts of Africa and its impact on society. The predominant energy source in Africa, and in particular West Africa, continues to be biomass. And this has a direct negative impact on the environment through continuing deforestation and degradation of the ecosystem biodiversity. The related consequences on the health of rural dwellers and economic development and social stability in Nigeria and West Africa are evident. NDEP takes a long-term view to energy provision, with already a solid footing in the delivery of gas, the transition fuel that provides a pathway to net zero. NDEP continues to seek avenues to introduce technology that harnesses the abundant and diverse sources of energy in Nigeria and West Africa into an energy bouquet that is affordable and sustainable in reaching net zero. The role of government in evolving enabling regulations and fiscal policies to accelerate the progress continues to be critical to success. We recognize that achieving this will involve us partnering with credible and visionary solution providers and deepening participation in the gas value chain beyond upstream gas sales, such as LPG, CNG, LNG production, mixed with renewables such as solar, hydro, and wind. So expect to see us, NDEP, take further bold, pioneering steps. And with this, I'd like to wish you a meaningful and impactful session as we continue this exhibition and symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shola Olu-Gbemiga, GM Petroleum Engineering and Subsurface for Niger Delta E&P, representing Mr. 𝒂𝒕, his principal, telling us what they're doing at their company and how committed they are to delivering reduction in gas flares and all. Thank you very much. You know, it is said that trees in forest help trap carbon emissions. And that's why we gave you trees on the tables this morning. But now that we realize there are no carbon emitted here today, if you want the tree to be planted under your table, please let us know. And our ushers will help you. It's all part of emissions, yes. But we're not emitting, so please, ushers, anybody who does not want the tree on their table, please help them. They're not emitting any carbon here this morning. It's only oxygen that way. Thank you very much. Okay, onwards we go now to our next speaker. Please welcome Managing Director, Energy Training Center, Mrs. 𝒂𝒂𝒂'𝒂𝒂. Madam, please, this way, please. Please, this way. That's there is suspects.
Morning, everyone. I believe I can stand on the existing protocols that have been established. So my company is Energy Training Center, and shortened as ETC. The Energy Training Center is a capacity building and a business advisory organization delivering bespoke learning solutions, workforce management, and consulting services for both the energy sector and the manufacturing industry. So we've been established for 4 years, opened for operations in 2018. And through our commitment to the energy transition mandate, we provide interventions in the form of trainings using internationally approved curriculum for some of the industries that we work with. And then what we've done is, with this mandate of energy transition and Nigeria's shift, especially with the growing trends and high prices in fossil fuels, there's a shift now towards cleaner forms of energy. Also, with the Minister for State for Petroleum Resources declaring this decade as the decade of gas, a lot of emphasis has been drawn in the gas sector and the renewable energy sector. Now, for our center, we had been playing in those sectors, especially for the power sector. We've done a lot of training in the power industry, power sector, renewable energy. And we found out that this is the right time to establish ourselves as the company, the training center. It's even beyond training, because we found out that a lot of businesses need some advisory. So we built an ecosystem around training. And so we see, and we have positioned ourselves as a one-stop shop for these services. And what would you say that we have that makes us different? Firstly, we have drawn a lot of our faculty members, our facilitators, who are industry experts. We don't typically have faculty members as staff. We draw them from the industry, both locally and out of Nigeria. You have a lot of Nigerians outside. You have a lot of facilitators, consultants that know a lot about the global trends and even the local trends. So we draw our facilitators from there. Prior to this role, I had sat in the office of being the head of HR for several industries, and I've had experience in the oil and gas, the power sector, and a bit of it in renewable energy. So what are those critical success factors that we bring to bear in Energy Training Center? One, for a good program, your content, the design of your content must be relevant and must align with today's trend. So typically for the Energy Training Center, a program you may come for in January will not have the same contents, even if it's the same topic, in March or February, because a lot has happened. And post-COVID, we've seen a lot of that happening. There's a lot of change, there's a lot of disruption. So our contents are drawn from the trends. And also we work with a lot of industries. Today we have curriculum for the renewable energy sector that was designed by GIZ. And so these are international programs that come with certification. And the certifying body is current, because you really must ensure that most of these programs are designed to suit the Nigerian industry. So this is one of the approaches that we use. Now the delivery, it could be hybrid, it could be virtual, and of course you must have an equipped environment. So we have the equipment you would need, And our programs are not just theory and classroom. We design them with laboratory, and you also have to do a lot of on-the-job programs. So you don't just come sit in a class and listen to a training. You go through the laboratory, you do practices, and you go and work with the industry. So because of the affiliations and alliances that we have with a lot of these industries, for instance, we partner with associations. Today, we are technical partners with REAN, which is Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, NGA, NGP. So we work with these people, the power associations. And when you work with these associations, they typically would give you their facilitators, and also you design using their standards and constantly redeveloping that to work. Also, the programs need to be certified, because once the programs are certified, you know that people that go through these programs will do the certification exams, and you can say that they are using standardized practices. So we have strengths in the power industry. We have strengths in the renewable energy sector. We also do consulting services on how to transit from the oil and gas sector to gas, how you need to transit your company, even for the renewable energy sector. So we work with some of these people. And so I would say today that as we exhibit, we would welcome you to join us, see us at our stand during the time of the exhibition, ask a lot of questions, join us, connect with us on our social media handles. We're on LinkedIn, we're on Twitter, and of course we're on Instagram, and we have our Facebook page. So join us, find out a lot about us. I'm trying to be as brief as possible so that we go into the business of the day. Thank you very much, and have a good session today. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒔. He's the Managing Director of Energy Training Center. Telling us what they do at Energy Training Center. Your curriculum, if you're training your staff or retraining them, must be up to date, must be adapting to current realities and changes that is in the industry, and of course, assuring us that they have all the relevant certifications from approving bodies to give you that expert touch you require for building capacity. Thank you. Onwards now to our next sponsor's remark. I'd like to welcome the Chief Operating Officer for Sahara, Mr. Henry Minkiti.
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, excellent. All right, starting on existing protocol. Thank you very much, Richard. Good morning to everyone. Sahara would like to thank the leadership of the SPE for this very timely and topical subject. It really is excellent, and it's really, for those of you who went to the OTC a few weeks ago, the sessions that took place before the exhibitions by the service companies, it was all dominated on exactly this topic. So really, it's an excellent one. But we need to keep in mind, as we talk about emissions and how we go to net zero, it needs to be fit for purpose for where we are. When we started talking about this about 2 years ago, everybody followed what the West was talking about, the industrial West. And while it's great, they talked a lot about blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, topical subjects, but not fit for where we are. Now, there is one thing I said last year about this time. It was going to be quoted in the press, and I asked not to be quoted, but I will. Nigeria is a gas station that happens to have oil. We're a gas field that happens to have oil. We went for oil because it's easier to drill and extract and monetize. Gas requires a big investment, long-term. I repeat, this is a gas station that happens to have oil. As we develop, we may end up being like Algeria. If you look at the map of the world and look at the heavy emitters of gas, Saudi Arabia, United States, Russia, once in a while, Algeria pops on and pops off. If you've been there, the Hassi field is very gaseous. The temperatures are massive. It's desert. It is hot. There are no trees. It is hot. The ozone layer that we talk about that's being exposed to temperatures above 1.2 or 1.5 degrees, it's almost 3 degrees there. People walk around with umbrellas. It is hot, umbrellas in the heat. We're not that extreme here. But nevertheless, while we talk about oil and gas, we mustn't forget the power stations. There are parts of our country where we have multiple power stations with massive emissions. So as we talk about net zero, we need to keep in mind all forms of emissions. So we look at gas as part of our transition. Gas is great. It is cheap. We need to make it affordable. It is a true renewable, meaning we get it from the earth and it keeps coming back to us while we use it. For this country, it will be our driver of our future industrialization going forward. There is no doubt about it. It is ours, it is from the earth, and we use it. We have to. But we do have to respect the environment. If we continue being careless, it will come back and haunt us. So everything we do in this room and going forward depends on how we view things in terms of energy. We are the ones who will define how we use it, how we utilize it, and how we don't pollute. And it comes right even down to our field development plans. As we're walking through our FDPs, we need to keep in mind, we must try and reduce what we emit. If we can keep that as part of our FDPs right from the beginning, it means we have a plan to do the right thing. So without taking up too much time, we're all here and committed to net zero. It needs to be, again, fit for purpose and practical as well as pragmatic. So we're looking forward as a company to being part of this. We're looking forward to being part of the training and development. We're looking forward to making sure that everything we do here going forward is sustainable. So I'm looking forward to learn. I'm looking forward to give back as much as we've been given. So I'm looking forward to engaging all of you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry Nkiti, the COO of Sahara Energy. Reiterating again why gas must be our own transition fuel of choice. The interesting thing about us as a people is that while we're here discussing gas as a transition fuel of choice, some of our mothers in the village have actually transited. They transited from firewood to charcoal. That's still transition. So we're making progress when we're talking gas, serious progress, and the rest of the world must begin to appreciate our position and our peculiarities. Energy Transition Business Opportunities Manager for Shell has joined us, John Bosco Uche. Warm welcome and good morning. Thank you for being with us. One of the beautiful things about the Society of Petroleum Engineers is the presentations on their platform and publications in their many journals. It is something the industry look forward to. I was somewhere a few weeks ago and a particular company was discussing how they would want to introduce a certain technology to the industry. And the chairman of the group said, you know what, go and write an SPE paper and the industry will know it. So when you have an opportunity to present on an SPE platform, SPE platforms in technology and oil and gas business or energy generally can be considered somewhat like a TEDx platform when it comes to general conversations on life issues and technology and commerce. I mean, we all know TEDx, right? So if you hear your company has not leveraged that opportunity at any of SPE platforms, I think the next ATS or perhaps the one in August coming later in the year for the national would be a good place to start, whether technical meetings or the main event itself. Speaking of which, we're making swift progress into this company presentations. The section chair told us in her earlier remarks that we'll be looking at seeing what companies in Nigeria are doing in this net zero ambitions of the industry and the world. So we'll kickstart our presentation with the arts manager for Chevron. He would be our first presenter. I'm sure when he comes, he'll tell us what ARS is. There's technology in it. There's research in it. There's what? That's the word I'm looking for, applied research. Exactly, I needed that applied research technology. Thank you very much. Okay, well, he will talk to us a bit more about it. For the next 10, 15 minutes, we will listen to him and then take some Q&A for him once he is done. Please welcome with me, James Okereke. Please, I want to make a special appeal. When I introduce you, kindly use this sustainability compliant staircase. We're phasing that one out very soon, but it's not crude oil.
Thank you, Raymond. Good morning, everyone. And I was very careful when I was going through that side because I've watched the signs that has followed. Okay, am I gonna have the slides on? Okay, thank you. So this morning I am just going to follow the protocols and all the greetings that has been done. And I will be sharing in the next few minutes what Chevron is doing, transitioning from, carbon heavy to lower carbon energy. So that's my name, James Okereke. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. All right, just a few outline. I don't have to go through this. Just go to the next slide. I think the next slide. Okay. I don't need to introduce myself. My understanding was that this will be done. But just to mention that up till just few months ago, a lot of people that know me in the industry know my face as it relates to gas. I was the general manager for Chevron gas commercialization and assets for 4 good years. So I've been involved in a number of the gas stories. I've also been played a role, led the OPTS petroleum industry build then and now and strategy team that worked on the bill for a couple of years and it's now a law. So it's a privilege to be here. So let's go to the next slide and I would go ahead and talk. So we're asked to talk about gas. And I think if you've been around for a couple of years, been involved with NGA and all that, you would have heard so much about gas, SPE. So gas is not really new as a story to tell. A lot of us have heard it. I think what has happened now is that it's at the forefront. It's become the talk of the day, especially in Africa. But for some organizations like Chevron, where I've worked for years now, we started a gas story a long time ago when we embarked on commercializing gas that typically was flared and turning that into valuable energy. And today we can make bold that we've done a lot of investments, made a lot of successes, and the gas that we produce, you see, impacting Nigeria. We are the highest domestic supplier of on-spec gas in Nigeria to the power sector, the 𝒂𝒒, the Olorun-Shogo, and so on and so forth. We also supply the starting gas and what is currently being used by Dangote Fertilizer at Lekki. In addition to that, as you can see on the graph by the right, our gas goes all the way to the West African countries of Ghana, Togo, Benin, in the West African Gas Pipeline Company, which Chevron is the largest shareholder in that flagship pipeline company. So for us, gas has been at the fore, a core part of our business, because we know there is value in cleaner energy that gas brings. So in building a secure future for Nigeria, we put it West Africa here because we tailored it a little bit to focus on what Chevron Nigeria is doing, but globally, you know, we're everywhere. You know that Chevron is in Equatorial Guinea, is in Cameroon now with the merger that we had last year. So our business focus when it comes to securing a gas future for Nigeria is primarily to make sure that this big resource, this high valuable resource that we call gas is utilized, eliminates flaring. And you will see how much we've done that, not just in words. So our strategy is underpinned by that. And then we have the 𝒂𝒓𝒂'𝒔 gas plant, and I'll make bold to say anyone who is involved in the domestic gas supply will give recognition that we have the only compression system on the Alps, and that is through the 𝒂𝒓𝒂'𝒔 gas plant. We supply the gas that goes right all the way, and in a way I would say pushes all the ones that are injected along the line through our compression system in the 𝒂𝒓𝒂'𝒔. So we want to make sure that that facility is fully utilized, you know, and it delivers all the maximum volume of gas that it can get to the market. And then all the other efforts as Nigeria moves from just being an oil, you know, producing country to gas. You know, we've heard that Nigeria is rich on gas. We don't have to emphasize that. But how do we make that, bring the value, leave the ground and create value? So commercializing this resource is a major focus area for us as Chevron, particularly in Nigeria. And I want to say in one of the conferences that I was speaking, I said, for some of us, it's been a long time we hear about the 200 plus TCF of gas. It's been in the ground for a long, long time. You know, it's time to commercialize them. And every effort towards that, as a joint effort across by the stakeholders, is very key. The last comment they said that the key enabler for progressing or reducing, for progression is reducing the surface risk. Not the subsurface risk. SPA, a lot of us, you know, the subsurface risk, we've cleaned it a little bit, even though we said those gas finds are sometimes accidental in the past, but we've looked at the reserves, the resources, proven, probable, possible, so we understand it. But we find out that for gas to succeed as this transition fuel that we're talking about, it has to be fully integrated from the ground to the light bulbs, from the ground to the burners in our kitchens. Otherwise, it won't be a reality. So while we will continue to fine-tune, clean up the subsurface information and make sure that they are genuine and they are credible, there are a lot of surface risk that is involved, whether at the gathering stations, the compression platforms, and so on and so forth, to move us from just it being a resource to the energy really that we talk about. It is only energy when it can do work. Otherwise, it's just a resource. So reducing the surface risk will require collaboration between the industry, the government, and making sure that policies and regulations that come out are really enablers to realizing the objective of a gas economy or using gas as transition fuel. In preparing this information, we didn't want to bog us with so much data, but there is a publication by the International Energy Agency that looked at Africa and Nigeria, our energy utilization, our energy supply. And it's interesting that as at the moment in Nigeria, the primary energy source for Nigeria is still biomass. It's about 75%. If you go to International Energy Agency publication, Nigeria Outlook, you're going to see biomass is about 75%. Oil-based, that's the diesels and all that, and petrol is 15%, and gas is still about 10% for a country as big as Nigeria. So you find out that even when we say, oh, we burn a lot of diesel, it's still biomass. So there is a big opportunity to translate the gas resources that we say we have in abundance and make them valuable energy for the teeming population. Next slide, please. So for Chevron, in transiting from where we are now to net zero, which is what everyone is aspiring, there are different approaches to it. I think the messaging that would be very productive is a messaging that recognizes that every strategy needs to be employed. There is no single one silver bullet kill it to get to net zero. But as a company, we are following all these strategies to make sure that the aspiration to get ourselves to net zero is realized. So our aspiration is that by 2050, we should be net zero as a Chevron corporation. I would say a little bit more what we're doing in Nigeria. And you can see some of the very key strategies. One is our global methane detection campaign. We have a zero routine flares out, I would say, to end by 2030. That is, the global milestone. Nigeria has signed into it, the Paris Accord. Chevron, as a corporation, as an organization, is a member. We'll sign into that, and we're making very steady, concerted effort to ensure that that is realized. There is a small footnote here, but it's important. It goes back to reiterate the comment I made earlier on, that accomplishing this aspiration of net zero would depend on a continuation of progress on commercially viable technology. It has to be clear that it has to be supported by investment. Shareholders, people that will support this investment must see that there is value in what they are doing. So technology is a major enabler. And so getting to net zero will require that. It requires government, like I said, policies, successful negotiations of carbon capture and storage programs. In fact, in some places you even see that CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage. And there are a lot of effort, there are a lot of studies, there are a lot of initiatives. Back in 2016, I was a member of the planning committee for the SPE Africa, SP and APT joint conference in Kenya, Nairobi. And it was interesting because back then we were already talking about carbon sequestration, carbon storage, carbon capture. But the discussion was not really holding here. But it's good to see that we're, even as a local SPE, as an African region, we're looking at it on a more serious note that we need successful negotiations of how that technology could be captured. And then we have to make sure that there are nature-based projects, cost-effective, verifiable offsets in the global market, that will enable everyone to attain net zero because we are in it together. On the right side, you see some of the things that we're doing over the years, a lot of progress we've made so far. And the next chart I will show, we demonstrate where Nigeria, Chevron Nigeria is on that. We're focusing on our scope 1 and 2, which is both what the carbon emission that come from our operations and also the ones in the products that we buy, the energies that we buy, like steam, sometimes we buy power. So we want to make sure that we recognize the emissions also associated with that and eliminate them. And then there are some, trade-offs which will happen. And we're informed persons, that Chevron recently formed a new company that's called Chevron New Energies that is focused on lower carbon technologies. Next slide. Okay, so just to summarize all that I've said on how we're advancing to a lower carbon future, some of the things I've said already, making sure that our carbon reduction activities are on track, making sure that we've put off flares, whether it's methane, carbon dioxide, and making sure that our own energy management is top. We want to make sure that we do not, in cost of utilizing energy, also create more than we need to. Next slide. Now, I think you went to, all right. I thought this was the only slide that focused on Nigeria, and I didn't want you to skip it. On the right is, well, somebody is fast on me. All right, thank you. On the right side, it's a cartoon of how far we've gone in terms of putting out gas flaring in Nigeria as an organization. In our joint venture business, we've gone over 95% of all routine flares are out. If you get to conferences and public talks like this and speak, sometimes people say, but I still see flares somewhere. You need to know where we're coming from and know how far we've gone. And that is where technology comes in, that we need to enable even the latest of that flare to be put off. So you can see the trend is how far we've gone. And this chart shows from 2008 to currently where we have some just, I wouldn't say they are small flares, but a lot of them are non-routine, but we have to call them routine because the facilities are not there. You have an upset in the process equipment. You have some issues, as we know, in the community, in the Niger Delta, and you have to, for safety, make sure that you flush some gas. But we have projects. Our current focus is to make sure that the remaining little biddies that is here on the right of flares are taken out of our operations. And we have projects that are ongoing, and before 2030, we expect that we'll be able to get zero non-routine. For us in our operation, as you know, gas flares is a major part of our greenhouse gas. So eliminating flaring is a very major step in getting to net zero. Our strategy in terms of just going beyond putting off the flares is to make sure that we meet the domestic gas delivery obligation. It used to be DGSO, PIA called it DGDO. It's a delivery obligation, and we can make both to say that Chevron Nigeria is at the top of delivering on our domestic obligation. We're committed to that, and every effort towards that is on gear. A lot of us know about our flagship project, the 𝑭𝒊𝒂'𝒔 gas to liquid plant that is in 𝑭𝒊𝒕. I think one of the two that I'm aware, I think there's one in the Caribbean, and then this one, there may be smaller ones, but this one is a big facility if you've been there. That shows how much people were thinking about putting off, flares, about converting and moving our gas utilization to a level that is beyond just the little cylinders that we use. And so both the 𝒊𝒂'𝒔 gas project or the 𝒊𝒂'𝒔 gas plant and the EGTL are creating practical and economic solutions to end gas flaring in Nigeria and utilize our gas for value creation. Next slide. Thank you. So as I just end my presentation, these are some of the things that drive our effort towards net zero. We believe energy is essential for life. I mean, essential is even a soft word. You can imagine if there is no energy in this room, from everything, including me that is speaking and you can hear me, it will be impossible. Human ingenuity fuels innovation. So we cannot underrate the capability of the human mind. Things that may seem impossible, when we talk of net zero now, it seems as if it's impossible. But human ingenuity is fueling innovation, and there are a couple of technologies that will make this possible. We all agree that the future is lower carbon. You know, I think that's an area of alignment, that the future is lower carbon. And if we are going to make that possible, some of these ambitions that we have on the right have to be achieved. It has to bring returns. It has to bring returns. It's very key. Why? Because everyone is saying there is no investment coming to Africa. I tuned in yesterday. I listened to a couple of the African ministers and even Nigerian on the petroleum minister and the address. It's got to attract investment to make it possible. Efficient traditional business has to continue. And then, to say the last, we want to lead in advancing a lower carbon future. The next slide summarizes all that I've said. And I think this is the key message. The world needs energy. We cannot say less than that. The future is lower carbon. Natural gas has a key role, especially for countries like Nigeria and continent like Africa, that we've got this huge resource. We've got huge demand. We need to enable it, use what we have to make sure that we provide energy that the world needs most. Policies and all that I've talked about it. And we support every affordable, reliable, and clean energy to make sure we build a secure gas future for us and for the generations to come. Thank you. That is what I have.
Thank you very much. If you can just give me 3 minutes more of your time and see if I have any questions from your listeners. Do you have any question for James or Okereke? Okay, you come this way. You stay where you are. I have 2 microphones. If you can please keep our question concise. I can take only 1 more after Chairman. Chairman, just hold on. Let me see if I have another question. I don't have. Thank you. Chairman, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. Really interesting, the presentation, and I just want you to shed a little bit light on, you know, the conference in Kenya. Yeah, I think I was part of the committee too. After the conference, what did Chevron do? Because we are all thinking of the CO2 sequestration you're mentioning. As far back as 2000, year 2000, I mean, we've been looking into that in University of New South Wales, where I studied. But what has Chevron done in terms of locally here to make sure that happens? But I can tell you the side of SPE, because I'm the council chairman, we didn't having a partnership with Nigerian content and CDMB. But I just want to know Chevron's perspective about this CO2 sequestration. Thank you.
Okay.
You want to take the second one for your answer? You want to answer that?
That's fine. I can take the second so that if it's related.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. One question I have is your current facility is in Nigeria, your Lekki office, Port Harcourt office, Warri. How are they being powered? How are you getting energy?
Okay. All right.
Answer this too. If I have.
Maybe I can answer the last one first.
Go ahead.
It's powered first through the supply national grid, if we get it. If we don't, it's oil, diesel. That's that one. Then there is a question about carbon sequestration. I think the question really is an industry question. It's an industry question because it's a technology-based effort. As technologies mature, whether it's Chevron or any other operator, you're going to get into that level of carbon. We're talking of carbon storage. You're talking about carbon utilization. That is where we need to. For us here, the primary focus is to put off the flares. That is where our biggest greenhouse gas is coming from. And so what has Chevron done is to focus that every gas that is produced in our operation is utilized. And all the investments, whether it's in Nigeria, whether it's across the region of West Africa, is to enable that to happen. So that will be my response. On the other deeper levels of technology on how we're going to get to net zero, it's an industrial question.
All right, thank you very much. One last one. Can you just 30 seconds, tops 1 minute? Just keep it concise.
Thank you very much. I just want to know, because most of our gas that is being utilized is from associated reservoir. And we also know that about 80% of production is being dislocated due to this ongoing pipeline evacuation issues. So how were you able to make up those numbers in terms of your performance in Chevron, knowing fully well that we're having evacuation challenges?
Okay, I will try to answer the way I think I understood the question. First is about associated gas and non-associated gas. You know, a lot of times when we make the comments that most of the gas produced and utilized now is associated gas, it's not exactly correct as of today. It's about 50-50. We have the statistics pulled together. So in our own gas production, and I've got the gas asset manager seated here, it's almost about 50%. In 2015, we commissioned one of the major supplier projects, the Project Falcon. Some people might know the name when it was third-party financed or joint financed. It is a Sonam field. It's not associated gas. The Okan, which is a major supplier, is NAG. So it is true that we started from associated gas, you know, that came with the oil, but I can tell you a lot of the production that comes from our facility now is from non-associated. Why? Because as oil declines, associated gas declines the same way. So if you just check how much production Nigeria is making of oil, as it's declining, that is how associated gas is declining. So if you could, for you to maintain your supply, which underpins your commercial gas contracts, you need to bring in non-associated gas. You asked about pipeline. Pipeline is owned by NGC. What do? We work with them, see how we can collaborate, because we all know that we need to supply gas to the domestic market, but the pipelines belong to NGC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. James Okereke, Manager Applied Research and Technology Services for Chevron, telling us what they're doing at Chevron in achieving net zero. Most importantly, reducing emissions, they're flaring, they're committed to doing, and then of course, ensuring that they increase and maximize their DSO obligations. And that is the domestic gas, or DGR, I beg your pardon, domestic gas obligations for energy consumption and fertilizer production and their likes. So thank you very much. Onwards would go. I want to make a special appeal to our speakers. We really are pressed for time. So in the 15 minutes that I will give you, if you can finish and take some questions in that time, greatly appreciated. Secondly, once you're done, please remain seated, speakers, because at the end of each batch of company presentations, we want to give you an SPE plaque of appreciation for the company presentation. So please don't rush through the door once you're done with your presentation. As you can see, we're doing the best we can to make the most use of the time that we have now. Our next is Tenaris. Tenaris have 2 speakers within the time allotted. Our first speaker is in the room. He will come do an intro presentation and then invite the next speaker who is online waiting to speak. Online is Technical Sales Manager Tenaris Nigeria, Erica Kubelini. Before I bring you up, if I need to hear Erica's voice and be sure that I'm in the clear with her voice and her picture. Gentlemen, Jackson and team, can I have Erica talk to me, please?
Hello.
Fantastic. Can I see Erica's picture? Is her video on? She's not going to use video? She's good without the video? Fantastic. Okay, Erica, I can hear you. That is good for me. And now welcome.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. So just hold on. Your colleague will start, and then he will introduce you once he's done with his part of the presentation. And he is the business development manager for Tenaris Nigeria, 𝑭𝒐𝒓𝒂'𝒔. Ifeanyi?
Thank you. I was making sure I go through the most sustainable staircase to the podium. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ifeanyi 𝒐𝒓𝒂'𝒔. I work for Tenaris, and I crave your indulgence to stand on the existing, already established protocols. So we are happy to be here to be part of this conversation. It couldn't have come at a better time when, for us in Africa, the region, we're clamoring for industrialization, we're clamoring for more exploration, we're also clamoring for FID for new projects that would come in. And at the end, what are we talking about? Sustainability. We need to be sure that we are economically sustainable in this region. Next slide, please. So without taking much of your time, first, let me appreciate the SP section, the chairman and the members and all the people who put together this conference. Is good. It's a laudable one, and we're happy to be part of the conversation. So next slide. So this is just an overview, the agenda that we will be speaking into today. We first talk about the overview of who we are, our initiatives for low emission, what we're doing in the transition to gas, how we're supporting the operators. For me, I'm going to do the easier part of the presentation, which is just saying who we are. Then I leave it off to my colleague, who is the technical person that will speak into the technical details of the presentation. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, so Tenaris is the leading global manufacturer of tubular pipes. We have manufacturing facility in over 16 countries. In terms of annual manufacturing capacity, we can do 7.8 million tons of steel pipes. Our key business stream is steel pipes. Anything tubular, anything that you need to drill your wells is what we focus on. We have service and distribution network in over 25 countries. We have 3 major R&D centers globally. And just at the bottom of the slide is what you'll find our key business segment globally. Next slide, please. Okay, so Tenaris in Nigeria, who are we? In terms of our operations in Nigeria, we're focused on 3 key business streams, which is line pipe. The second one is OCTG. That's the oil country tubular goods that you drill your wells with. Then we also provide coating solutions. So we have 2 major facilities. We have 3 operating entities, but 2 major facilities. One of the facilities is the Tenaris facility in One. It's for OCTG manufacturing and finishing process. The second facility, which is adjacent to the first one, is also pipe coaters, which is involved with the coating process. This is our evolution over the years. We've been in the Nigerian space for more than 20 years. We have made significant investment in the excess of $200 million in our facility. I'm happy to say that 99% of our workforce, if not more, I think we have only 1 expatriate in Nigeria manning our facility, but 100% our facility are manned by Nigerians. We don't have any expatriate. Over the years, we've taken time to transition. We're talking about energy transition. We also transition human-wise to where we have Nigerians manning the plants. At the peak of operations, we could have about more than 500 people working in our facility. At this point, I would leave it to my colleague to take on the core aspect of this presentation. So please, next slide. I don't know how to use this. Next.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
Erica, you can take
Okay.
it on
Thank
from
you,
here.
𝑦𝒐𝒓𝒂'𝒔, for the introduction, and hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank you for the organization and all the participants for the opportunity and interest. I am Erika Gibellini, speaking from Technical Sales Italy, virtually for today, but as a representative for Africa, I am sure there will be the opportunity to meet in person very soon. I am the technical sales representative through which I support African players 360 degrees with technological solutions in the oil and gas operations, and also towards a sustainable energy transition. So next slide. Coming to the core part of our presentation, we want first of all to show you what we are doing as Tenaris Nigeria and worldwide for sustainability. So what is sustainability for us? As an industrial player like we are, it is to integrate with the location and community we are in, creating professional opportunities, taking care of our environmental footprint, creating value and trust. So we all know accessibility to energy is still a main topic in Africa. Well, we start also from there. We create value for the community we are in, helping meanwhile to make the business cleaner and with low impact. In numbers. So we are, of course, investing in health and safety. We generate local economic and social value, but a central role is played by environment here also. We have declared a target of minus 30% emissions within 2030, and we are pursuing it with concrete actions. We reached the minus 10% emission compared to 2019, 78 recycled steel minimum in our plants with a maximum of 98% material efficiency. Also in our mill in Nigeria, we are bringing ahead the initiatives to reduce the CO2 emissions through the energy use rationalization and sensibilization, and also implementing side policies, for example, for water management. Next slide. So we are monitoring our CO2 emission trend and certifying it through external bodies as a way to prove our environmental performance. From the trends of the last 3 years, the emission reduction, as you can see in the chart, has been drastic, with the very renewed interest in the topic. And these include all the 3 scopes. Scope 1, so direct emissions from our main plants. 2, indirect emissions in terms of electricity purchase, but also very important, scope 3, all the other indirect emissions. So for business travels, procurement, waste, water. So scope 3 is also a very big and capillary scope to control. And through our attention in Nigeria and worldwide, we were able to reduce also this scope to approximately 1/3 in the last years, which is impressive. You can see we are also collecting multiple certifications praising our environmental goals. Special attention goes here to the Environmental Product Declaration, which is a document certified by ISO, which declares the environmental impact per ton of steel of our products. So we issue this document for all of our main product lines, and we consider it as our commitment to the environmental goals. Next, please. So next, please. Next. Let's come now to energy transition, and in particular, what is nowadays energy transition in Africa. As told also during yesterday meetings, the access to energy remains alive in Africa, with the need of relying on fossil fuels still very high compared to other parts in the world. So in this scenario, and with the new opportunities given by the current political context, natural gas will be the first vehicle to transition to a cleaner business and unlock this precious resource. There are 18 trillion cubic meters of proved natural gas reserved, still to be used in the continent, and the gas output is expected to see a boom in the next 10-15 years. So where Tenaris stands in the Africa transition to gas? We are there already, supporting the major gas projects in the last years, see for example Ghana, Mozambique, among the others. and the upcoming ones. So looking in particular to the huge potential in Nigeria. With our experience and expertise, of course, we will help make the gas business cleaner, reliable, and so sustainable. And we have solutions to do it that we will like to introduce now. Next, please. So we are so strong as a partner in the transition to gas, thanks to some very solid pillars that you can see listed below. First of all, we know that gas leakage is a serious threat as it jeopardizes the sustainability of a project, both in terms of environmental pollution, but also as it concerns the financial feasibility in the long term. For this reason, we provide premium connections gas tight for this application. To give some numbers, on the global market, so Tenaris and other players, 85% of the threaded connection consumed worldwide for offshore gas application are premium gas tight, and Tenaris has a major share in this segment. Our products, so our premium connections, are proved by full-scale tests according to international standards and protocols by majors. So our performance for the success of the gas extraction is validated and certified. Our premium connection come with Dopeless technology. We'll see the details in a while, but this coating replaces the thread compounds, making the operations more efficient and sustainable also from the environmental standpoint. Finally, we innovate and digitalize throughout the supply chain, and we demonstrate with our reliability through our know-hows and expertise, both in terms of people and digital services. So let's go now more in depth in our portfolio, what we can provide for gas projects. Next, please. Okay, so we were talking about a premium connection for gas applications. Well, Tenaris Blue is our most supplied product in the region and worldwide as a threaded and coupled connection for both casing and tubing. Why sustainable? Because we believe that during the well drilling completion, relying on products with validated performance and proved efficiencies, proved by, as you can see in the map, huge field records, is a way to reduce the impact of operations and feel safe about the well integrity and the environment preservation. Tenaris Blue is all of these. It is run with extreme efficiencies and has the best ratings in the class for bending, tension, and compression. So an impressive structural performance for the well integrity. The optimized metal-to-metal seal, which you can see below, and it guarantees gas tightness, is tested, and this means no gas leakage during the entire life of the well. So really a great added value. As a connection to the second pillar, let me now present the Dopeless version of this connection and the other premium connections we can offer. So Dopeless is a dry coating and it is applied in the threading line, so during manufacturing with an automated control process. It works as a storage and thread compound together, so eliminating totally the need of storage and thread compounds during operations. Let's see the main features and advantages. The attention towards the environment was the reason Dopeless was born in the North Sea since 20 years. So no polluting thread compounds, less water wasted to clean them, and no contaminated protectors to be disposed. Well, preservation, of course, follows as thread compounds are damaging the formation and contaminating the production fluid. But at the same time, this coating was also engineered for performance. So the constant layer of lubricant guarantees a stable and constant running process in terms of replicability of the makeup torques and enabling the safe running also of materials like chrome, corrosion-resistant alloys, and also in stands and critical conditions offshore. So taking a look above to the operation sequence with dopeless and without, we can see all the operation of application and removal of the storage enteral compounds are eliminated. So the rig and yard workplaces will be safer and cleaner with less substances and less people going around and potentially being injured. So we can say that dopeless technology contributes for sure to sustainable operations in terms of cost and time efficiency, attention to safety, and also environmental footprint. Next. So we will present just one case out of our experience with the premium dopeless connections. And this is a case from a recent gas development campaign offshore Africa, where the operator decided to shift to dopeless products during the drilling campaign for the last 4 wells, over 20 approximately. And they realized that thanks to the reliability of the process, they could improve the running speed by 17%, which is impressive in terms of cost and time saving. So they decided to use dopeless connections also for the whole subsequent completion campaign, so for all the completion tubings. They had practically 0 rejects and remakeups, and the saving during the campaign were impressive also in terms of less water wasted, no dope run in the hole, no protector wasted. So the operator is now using dopeless connection for all their operations with offshore gas. Another aspect to adjust a sustainable pathway in the energy transition is offering digital solutions to increase operational and supply chain efficiency. So to improve, for example, working capital, inventory management, standardization, and digitalization. Our digital service package is called 𝑟IG-Direct, and it is composed of different services from well planning to supply chain integrator to well integrity. Those services can be combined to tailor a package based on each operator need. Just to mention some of them, for example, if you go in the right part of the presentation, the demand sync allows to minimize stock by synchronizing the demand. Then with run ready, you have the material to the rig ready to be run and back when needed. Or for example, Pipe Tracer is a digital tool to read QR or RFIDs on pipes and create a digital tally with all the information needed for each pipe to be run. So you will understand this goes towards optimization of operations and reducing the risks. There are multiple examples already running in African countries. For example, let me just mention an analysis performed for an international operator in Nigeria with 2 rigs, more than 10 wells per year. There, we analyzed the situation. We saw that the operations of logistics and handling were multiple with several passages potentially damaging the materials, also people working in this cycle. Here with the rig-direct tools and people, we analyze the cycles and propose changes relying on the possibility to implement the rig-ready scheme and relying on our yard on tracking the material digitally through operation and supplying them ready to be loaded directly offshore. So in this way, nearly 40% of logistic costs related to the operation was saved. Next, please. Next. So as final topic, we will show you briefly what we are doing in terms of innovation and consolidated solutions to extend our portfolio to products for renewable energies in several branches. We know that still these applications are not consolidated in Nigeria and Africa, but for sure there is a lot of talking and interest. And the operators, we see they are starting to contemplate the use of these applications for their future sustainable projects. So in the future, Tenaris is positioned very well to serve these projects, and we will give just a glance of what we are doing. So we are present in the hydrogen world with pipes and gas cylinders for industrial production and storage, as well as with testing activities on connections and material for geological storage and pipelines. We have just branded a steel family called Thera, which covers the material used and tested for hydrogen application. So our activities are already advanced and we are doing concrete things to promote our materials for hydrogen. Carbon capture and storage is another application where Tenaris is very active. In this application, the CO2 is captured from highly emitting facilities and safely stored underground, and very low temperatures are reached. So here we are collaborating with several majors to test our product for this new application. So to adapt the connections used for drilling, also for the injection of CO2 and the safe storage underground. Geothermal is another important renewable source we are providing our products for since 20 years from now and all over the world. So this is not necessarily applicable in Nigerian context, but in the wider scope of Africa, there are indeed places like Kenya, to mention one, with big resources under development, and we are there to support. So I will stop to these main ones, but we are also in the other renewable businesses wherever structural pipes are needed for infrastructure. So solar, biomass, wind, and so on. Next. Okay, so our presentation ends here. Please take it as a very small anticipation of a wider discussion we are willing to have with you, ladies and gentlemen, on these very important topics. So here below and in the proceeding, you will find our contacts. Feel free to contact us by email, phone, LinkedIn. We'll be happy to get in touch with you and expand on these future opportunities. So let me thank you all again, and we can open the Q&A section, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, Erika Gibelli and 𝑦𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒃, both of Tenaris, Nigeria. 2 questions for Erika, if we have any. If we don't, we make progress. Any questions for Erika? Erika has just told us what Tenaris is doing, both in Nigeria and outside of Nigeria. There's a question? Okay, Chair. Where's my mic, please? Okay, no, we'll comment more like, feel free. Okay, so if we do not have one, what Ifeanyi and Erika has done is walk us through the operations here in Nigeria. If you don't have a question, I guess I'll just go. Okay, so because of time, I would just be making that swift run to the next presenter. Thank you once again, Erika and Ifeanyi. I'm glad to see that there's capacity in the area of technology for carbon capture. Some thoughts I have around that, maybe if time permit me, I will try to trigger some conversations around that, but it won't be immediately. I see they're also playing big in hydrogen and geothermal. Some people have argued that those two part of renewable energy will be a bit far-fetched for us in Nigeria because of the cost of technology required to drive the value there. Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. At least we know that we have partners in Nigeria who are doing strong in that area. Should we as an industry, as a people, begin to look in that direction. Thank you so much, Tenaris. Truly appreciate it. Please, one more time, let's give them a round of applause. So, Erika, you are very well understood. I see they have no questions for you. I will just make progress. If you still want to stay online with us, you're welcome to do so.
Thank you.
Speaking of Tenaris, the head of commercial institutional relations is also here, Rosario Osobase, Mrs. Good to see you, Rosario. Thank you so much for being with us. Onwards now to Energy and Plant Technology Limited. That's the next company presenting. Let's welcome Ifeanyi Ezuka, their director.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, SP Nigerian Council Lagos, for inviting me to share our own experience on the net zero journey. The conversation I want to have today is around walking the talk. The question about net zero, if we live here today, one thing I want us to get at the back of our mind is it a buzzword that our industry is just embracing? Or is it a lifestyle and cultural mental shift that we all need to think about and embrace? So this is our story in that work. I'm quickly going to just talk about our operations, and the purpose of talking about operations is to give context to who we are. And with that context, I'll discuss what our focus is around the net zero, and then share the case study, which I want to use to steer the conversation. And then we'll share other initiatives that we're doing. And lastly, again, I'll call for this action for us to think through the net zero conversation. So basically an upstream facility project delivery company. We're into engineering, design, and installation services. On the operation side, we support with valves maintenance and early production facility and to sell. So I'm just going to run through that quickly. And then on the midstream, we will have into gas processing through our sister company, Alert Energy. We're into gas processing, particularly flare reduction systems and power systems automation. And we have a renewable sister company as well that's purely into energy as a service and solar power provision for remote operations, particularly for telecom companies, replacing all of their diesel-fired transceiver stations with renewables. And we have a product that can also, for big infrastructures, reduce your diesel consumption because the focus here is lower carbon by synchronizing and integrating renewable with your diesel consumption, because a lot of these sets, the rate of diesel consumption is proportional, not directly proportional, but proportional to the load you are applying on these bigger generating sets. And we're also working on assembling lithium-ion batteries locally here, which we've advanced. We've gone to advanced stage of generating our own BMS at this stage. So when we talk about net zero or carbon footprint, we really want to ask ourselves, what is our direct or indirect impact on the environment, both from our operations and our services? And go to practical ways that we can use to limit this emission. And we've tried to group our activities into 3 buckets. The greenhouse emission that we release directly from our assets. These are generators, our cars, directly from the asset that we own. And the next is the ones associated with the energy that we'll buy from the grid, yeah? And then the next is emissions, either upstream or downstream of our operation chain or value chain. I mean, we travel and all of that. So you can see that a lot of the ones within our control, we can influence, and we focus on that. And what have we done around that particular space? Okay, so this is our office here. We've basically tried to limit the amount of energy we take from the grid and the amount of energy we use diesel to generate. I was glad when everyone is saying that we need to go fit for purpose. We may not completely eliminate, but the focus should be lower the carbon. So this is what we've done. We've installed this 18 kilowatt solar system in our office with a battery, and particularly for facilities where the energy consumption is required mostly during the day. You have every reason to be thinking in this dimension, because the commercially prohibitive element to this integration is your energy storage. When you then see that most of the time when you need that energy, you don't really need to store more energy, a lot of energy, then it's important for you to think through how to integrate your operation, which goes back to my first question. Is it a buzzword or is it a lifestyle or cultural call for change if we really want to work it? On the average with this is a miniature system compared to the scale of operation of some of the big fries that are here. But the essence of this conversation activity can as well be scaled to the level of the bigger companies that are here. On the average with this system, we generate about 0.9 to 1.4 megawatts hour on a monthly basis from solar. And it adds up. We have the automatic EP integrator that helps us prioritize solar. And this is basically, this is our office. This is the system. And this is on a rough scale. The columns or the bars in blue, as you can see, are the daily production from solar, while the bars in red is our consumption. We generate about 70 to 75% of the energy that we consume in the office from renewable. And we can scale this along. The next slide basically shows us a bit of the summary. So about 75% we generate from solar. About 20% we get from grid. I'm sure all of us can relate to that. And then about 5%, like yesterday, we turned on the generator yesterday. But then you turn on the generator for about an hour and a half, your battery gets charged up, and you're working during the day. Before that battery gets depleted, the solar has charged the rest of the system. And you will agree with me that the percentage here would have been 80% diesel and 20% grid, which is the number all of us can relate with today. Again, this is going for a fit for purpose solution. In terms of looking at it from the environmental benefits, calculating it in terms of how many trees, tons of CO2 would have reduced about 2.7 tons of CO2, and this is equivalent of about 150 trees planted. And this is based on our utilization for the month of February, March, and April alone. So what are the initiatives that we have around lowering carbon? We also partnering with an ESG fund, and then an asset owner to reduce flare gas in one of the operations. Because of our client at this time doesn't want us to make it open, we'll keep the confidentiality of the location and the client. But we're basically looking to immediately extract condensate and LPG out and put in a crypto farm there to be able to utilize those carbon, move them from molecules to electron, and eventually create value with it through the mining. The phase 2 is that we're already having discussions to move to LNG, CNG, and in that value chain, we're getting in trucks to be able to move this to, again, replace a lot of the diesel generating set by getting CNG to the locations where currently the people are interested in getting into gas generating power, but obviously availability of gas at those locations are challenged. So I go back to what I said at the beginning. We can, and the numbers here, because we don't want to use this platform as selling, the numbers here suggest that we can conveniently use this system as in terms of the unit rate kilowatt hour, the amount you pay for kilowatt hour generated with diesel, which can range anywhere from 90 naira to about 150 to 20, depending on the configuration of your system. This solar can get you down your combined kilowatt hour rate to somewhere about 65 naira. So you can do good while doing well by embracing this integration. Today, you can consider using the EP integrator, which is this product here, to reduce emissions somewhere in your value chain. Again, it is a lifestyle that you have to think through beyond all of the activities. You have to constantly ask yourself, where can I rejig my activity? What can I do to reduce the emission? Is a cultural and a lifestyle call for change. Thank you very much.
While you're still there, let me see if we have any questions for you. Where's my microphone? Please, the ushers with the mic, do nothing else but stay with the mic, please, so that we'll save time. Please bring the mic to my chairman. Chairman has a question. Come on, you stay where you are. You move this way. You move this way. Chairman, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ifeanyi. Nice presentation and good to know that your company is doing something. Don't forget you're part of us before. So it's good it's good you are born again, to know you are born again now. Okay, please, what I just want to know is what plans do you have? Because NCDMB is really interested in having the batteries manufactured there and the solar panels as well. Thank you.
Just before you answer, engineer, let me take the next one, that table there. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Joe Layomi Chevron. Thank you very much. This is a very practical presentation. So, and I'm with you that if a facility really operates mostly in the daytime, then really the solar has a lot of value that everybody really should be considering. My question is, the biggest challenge has been the initial cost. So do you have any line of thought? So, because for the mom and pop who has a business, is that initial cost of adoption for him to put solar that just, deter people? So the value is there, just like you demonstrated, the value is there really. But what are the options available for the person with small pockets to overcome this initial cost? And also what you are saying you are doing about BMS and the lithium battery, I think that would be a breakthrough. I want to commend you. So whatever you can share, I think it will be beneficial to the society. Thank you very much.
Over to you, sir. Please go ahead and answer.
All right. Thank you very much. So we're looking to go into. Thank you, sir. We have a team of engineers not working in developing BMS because there is no systems here for automatic printing of boards. We're likely going to print the boards eventually outside and bring it in because they are largely embedded systems for the people that know what it is. And we'll get the battery cells. As you know, there are just very few companies that do these lithium cells. We'll get the battery cells, but integrate our own BMS and couple it here. We'll probably somewhere 65% in that journey. We haven't engaged NCDMB yet, but we're talking to a lot of ESG funds, which are supporting us in that area. That is to respond to you. We're not going into photovoltaic model manufacturing. Other people can go into that because our competence is in digital and electronics, and that's what we're focusing. That's large manufacturing. In terms of the funding, I agree. The initial fund is part of the challenge, and for the lower level, we have ESG funds again that we're using to support the energy as a service. So as I said, I just tried not to stick to the SPE code of ethics and tried not to sell so much, but we have a sister company that is into energy as a service that has done that significantly. As long as we're able to assure a constant cash flow stream for that business, we install it for them and then bill on a monthly basis. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Did you answer the cost? You want to do that offline? Okay, fantastic. You can do that. Please give Ifeanyi Ezuka as the director at Energy and Plant Technology, walking us through the cost-effective measures they are taking in adopting solar to power their offices, how much cost reduction they're having with that. And again, time, I will speed through the final presentation for this batch, after which we invite all the presenters back on stage for photo ops and a plaque presentation with the section chair. And then we will take a break, visit with the exhibitors, take tea and coffee, and come back and continue with the next batch of presentations. The final presentation for this batch is from the General Manager for Asset Development at Platform Petroleum Limited. Let's welcome Christopher Ikocha. Chris.
Thank you, everybody. Good morning. I'm going to start on the existing protocols my earlier presenters have done and try to run through this as efficiently as possible, and then we'll kind of go through that. So once again, thank you very much. This presentation is focused on gas commercialization in a small-sized asset. This is a case study of a 𝒂𝒕 field in 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒚. First of all, I want to thank the board of Platform, the managing directors, and all my colleagues who have worked on this project to bringing it to life over the couple of years that we've been in existence, to where we are now very proud of what we do, and we're even looking forward to doing more. That for us is the existence of what we do every day in our lives, being able to go from point 1 to point 2 with a goal in mind. So I'm going to run through this presentation in this format, just a marginal field overview of the field, the field development activities from 2005 till date, our gas flare metrics, impact of our gas flare, and of course, the field commercialization itself, both for the wet gas, lean gas, the various phases that we have, and then the capital projects we have gone through to be able to meet our gas obligation, and then go through the conclusion. So 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒚 field is located in 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 basin. Was discovered in 1977 by the drilling of Umutu-1 well by Shell, now what we call SPDC. Platform Petroleum Limited is a Nigerian subsidiary that became the operator of the field, formerly known as Asukpo-Umutu field, having been awarded the license block in the 2003 marginal bid round. So it's operated with a joint venture. Our partners are New Cross Petroleum Limited, who work with pretty much in everything that we do. And then we have about 200 staffs, both here in Lagos and our field base. And 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 field itself is located within the depot belt in there. Try to give you a Google map there where you can see the field itself. So first, we've gone through a couple of phases. The first one is that we're the first among all the marginal field companies that were licensed in 2004 to get to first oil in 2007. We're able to install a 10,000 barrel per day and 30 million scope of gas plant. We installed a 32-kilometer pipeline to be able to move the gas. For one thing, it's not enough to just have the gas. How do you get it to market? That needs to be part of the consideration of various companies looking to do this. And we've also been able to, work on the processing of the gas. Look at our 3D, where can we get more fluid? Work on the development studies. So pretty much every 2 years, we are updating our field development studies. We're doing a lot of reservoir engineering, G&G, production forecast, where are we going to, how are we going to get there? And then we're looking at, we've done 14 workovers in our field. We'll drill quite a couple of wells. And then we're looking to even do more drilling and also be able to get more wells as we go along. In continuation of that, we have first facility upgrade with the creation of our XHP production test separators, manifold, water skimmers, and gas scrubbers. Then we'll build a gas plant, 30 million scope gas plant. This basically carries the wet gas. And then we also built up and installed a 40 million capacity. The actual capacity is 40 million scope, but when we look at the operationability of it, we have to look at the safety margins. And so we basically come down to operate it at no more than 36 MSCF per day, just because we need to have that safety margin across. But then we also built and commissioned a 20,000 barrel storage tank. So we've built in all now, over the couple of years, a 40,000 barrel storage tank. And as we even go into the future, we're looking at putting in an additional storage facility next year. So we've been able to secure facility upgrade for both the 10,000 barrels, and we're looking at, as I said, thinking to the next plan. For us, once we achieve the first thing, the next goal I always set is, so what next? We don't stop dreaming because I've achieved the goal. I've achieved the goal because we've done well. Now we set the next target, we set the next goal. And that's the history of platform. That's what we want to do. That's where we want to be, is always be able to improve on who we are and what we are doing. So based on the federal government regulation, the idea is to drive down flare. So the flare initiative, for us, it's not just a regulation, it should be our way of life. Some of us live in countries where we don't see gas flare. For every well I drill in the United States, in Texas, in Midland, Odessa, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in 𝑭𝒊𝒕, for every single well I drill, before I drill that well, I have a home for that gas molecule. So every gas molecule I drill and produce finds its way into a pipeline that goes to somebody in Pennsylvania or in Michigan or in Texas or in Oklahoma. That molecule doesn't go to be flared. It goes to be utilized by someone. So we build a market, which is something I'm going to get to as we go along again. So over the years, you find out that this has been the amount of gas flare that's been going through. And what are the major impacts of the activity itself? So first of all, gas flare is creating a bunch of stuff, both economical and environmental. Let's just look at it. So first of all, the flare penalty you pay to the government, that's money out of your pocket, okay? We all know the regulation, 50 cents per thousand, it jumps up. Loss of revenue to the operator and to the JV partnership itself. Loss of employment opportunities that you could employ Nigerians, train Nigerians in all these areas. Infrastructure development to help boost the economy itself. And then of course, everybody's going to notice the emission of greenhouse gas. A lot of people have talked about CO2 sequestration and all that stuff. And yes, it's real. We live in an environment where all this exists. And what can we do in our own industry? Not to be seen as the polluters of the environment, but to be seen as enablers, as guardians of environment. So as part of the efforts to monetize produced gas from Egbama field and comply with the initiative I talked to you about earlier, we have put in place a gas commercialization strategies to ensure that, one, we comply with the regulation, because we all know that compliance is one of our core goals. For us in platform, compliance is 100%. We want to comply on everything as much as possible. So we work. It's actually part of my goal and my team's goal to ensure that every year our scorecard is 100% compliance. And so with that in mind, we have to sit down every month and ask ourselves, what are the issues that we need to address? What do we need to do to make sure that we're complying on everything as we set it forth? And so gas commercialization, we've done it in phases, and I'm going to go through those phases, put an infrastructure in place. And I've also created 𝑭𝒂𝒕 Gas Processing Company Limited, 𝑬𝒏𝒆𝒓𝒂'𝒂𝒂. This is a wholly owned subsidiary of Platform and Nucleus Joint Ventures. So in January 1, 2022, we're able to take over the operations of the 𝒂𝒂𝒕 Gas Processing Company, 𝑬𝒏𝒆𝒂𝒂. Part of that, you said we have PNG wet gas metering custody transfer, the wet gas and lean gas metering manifold and custody transfer system, the NGC gas metering custody transfer system itself. We check all our meters, the gas compression station itself, then the 6-inch 7.5 kilometer gas export line with associated equipment, and then of course the associated infrastructure that comes with it and the pipeline as well. So this is a timeline of activities. So between 2014 and 2016, I'm not going to read through everything here, but I just kind of want to highlight this. So when we go through the wet gas commercialization, the 30 million SCOF wet gas processing plant is kind of, that goes to PNG, and that they utilize about 5 of that. Then you look at the gas metering manifold, interconnecting pipeline, the CNG gas plant itself, the 𝒂𝒂𝒃 gas, which is phase 1 commission. So as we go through the years here, you find out that for every of those years, we'll look at what are we doing, both from the wet gas, utilizing the lean gas, and then coming back to how do we commercialize it and what do we do for the next phase. So this is a picture of our gas plant. We're basically handles 30 million square foot to produce daily, but it's set up for 40. And of this, we both get the propane, the NGLs, the lean gas. So PNG takes care of all of that, volumes that we send to them. And all products are sold here in the country. They're all sold domestically. So I know a lot of companies look at gas, what do I do with it? Well, you have a market in Nigeria. And even as we finish today, we're going to see how we can even do more from what we have currently. So this is one of our systems, a custody transfer unit, where we do positional analysis, the flow measurements, and the wet gas supply to PNG. So what we do is we send all the gas, and I'll kind of get to those slides later on. So custody transfer, a lot of measurements, and then PNG systems where all that stuff goes in. This is actually one of the stations of the PNG. PNG is where we send all the gas to wet gas. They treat the wet gas, extract the liquids. They sell the liquids, and they send us back the lean gas, which we then send to the NGC line. And so the pipeline installation, how to test all that, installation of electrical and portal cabin completions, commence operations and sales to various customers who basically send their trucks in, line up, and collect the products from there. So this is our project. We installed 2 10 million square gas compressors, and then we had 2 35 million gas metering units, and then 6-inch 7-kilometer gas pipelines. We completed commissioning of this, and this is functional, and we're injecting currently into the OB3 line, which we've tied into the gas infrastructure network of the Nigerian Gas Company. And furthermore, these are gas metering systems that we have on ground right now, and all of this we've, as you know, invited NUPRC, so they work with us essentially in all of these because they have to come and inspect and check and make sure that we're doing everything basically in compliance with what we've said we're going to do. And then this is the lane of the pipeline itself for the 30 million square. This is acquiring the right of way. Working with the community is a big part of being in the gas industry, because those pipelines are not like oil pipelines where somebody's going to go punch it up and get a whole bunch of oil out of the ground. These are gas pipelines, these are high pressure lines. And so we want to work with those communities to make sure that we tag the lines so everybody knows it's gas. You're not going to punch it and get any fluid out of it other than gas. So everybody's aware of what's going on there. And we engage the communities at every point in time. So all the LLIs were procured and secured, and all the valves. We saw pig launchers and receivers at both ends, and then constructed the tie-in lines. I will commence this operation, and then with additional new gas compressors, which we have been able to bring in now, we're actually installing those as we speak. That process is ongoing, and we're looking to complete that by the end of Q2. So our goal is to have 2 additional compressors installed by the end of Q2. So that work is currently ongoing and is in earnest. to be able to conduct the heads-up, mechanical installation, and all of this activity, as I said, we plan to get going. So our current off-takers for the gas, to have PNG, which we work with, Power Gas, and then of course the NGMC. We do have others coming in and looking at the pipeline ownership, where to tie in. This is just the timeline of the activities when this were executed. So 2017, 2018, 2019. So as you can see, we tend to ask ourselves, what's the next thing? As I said, hitting your target is just one step. Our platform, we believe in hitting the target, but then we raise the bar further, and then we hit the target again, and then we raise it even further. For us, it's not about getting to the top. It's about staying on top. And that's why we're going to keep doing what we do. We're going to keep being innovative. We're going to keep being creative, because for us, that's just the way of life, and that's how it's going to be. So we have an existing 30 million scale capacity gas plant, which we acquired, revamped, and then we installed all the gas metering facilities, commissioned the gas compressors, and then selling the gas. So this is kind of like a flow process. So you go from the gas pressing plant, you come here to, and then from here it goes basically to the lean and wet gas manifold, which then comes off to what is sent off to the station, and the other part of it goes to essentially the other users, Power Gas and all that. This is a picture of the facility. This is a wellhead here and some of the process equipment. This is a storage tank that was built, 20,000 barrel storage tank that was built on site, because the gas we produce is actually associated gas. It's not NAG. So it's all the gas that comes out from oil. And as the prior speaker said, as your oil goes down, so does your associated gas. And till date, platform does not have a NAG well. So the question is, how do I manage to keep production up? Well, those of us that are reservoir engineers will say, that's why I do reservoir management. As your oil goes down, your associated gas goes down. But then I have to be creative in how I manage the reservoirs. So the team, we sit down every day and we'll do what we call reservoir surveillance. It's something I learned while in Conoco. Every morning we'll do that because we want to see what the wells are doing, going down, coming up, and we maintain a constant production, even with associated gas wells. Now, I didn't say easy, it's not, but it's creative, it's innovative, which is what we really do. And so looking at the extra facilities, which was done during the FAT, that's the storage tank now completed, has been hydro-tested and calibrated, and is fully functional today. This is part of the flow station with 7 oil and gas vessels and a condensate stabilization unit. The FAT was carried out on all the vessels, and some of the solution is being done right now. So platform is providing stakeholders access to cleaner energy. We all know cleaner energy here, gas. But our main goal really from here has been to ensure that we reduce gas flaring from 86%. Right now we are at 13%. And then really our goal is to achieve zero flare target by the end of this year. And I'd like to people understand that when you look at where we were in terms of gas flare, you can see the bars there going up year by year. When we got to this point, we said, okay, we need to do something. We have to start being creative, being innovative, because the regulations are coming in. And as I think the turning point in Nigeria was when the Gazette came out and said, well, rather than pay what we're going to pay as penalty before, we're going to pay 50 cents. A lot of people sat back and said, oh my God, that's a ton of money. So that kind of changed everybody's mindset. What do we need to do to make sure we don't pay the penalty, or if we do pay the penalty, it's a minimal penalty that we pay. People started thinking about how to utilize the gas, how to commercialize the gas. So regulation has been helpful in helping us think outside the box. A lot of companies here, whether they like it or not, they didn't just decide to go into gas. I remember as a child in Nigeria, seeing the flaring, okay? But coming back to Nigeria 30 years after the fact and seeing minimal flares, I'm like, okay, so something is changing. And the regulation helped. whether we like it or not, it's helped. And it's still helping in where we are going. So for us, I'd like to see this is where we are. But that arrow is not just a race to the bottom. For us, it's understanding that the goal is 0. And it starts with us to get there. And with that, I just want to thank, that's it. Okay, I think that's the end of my presentation. This is pretty much the last slide.
Okay.
There, but thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. Any questions for Christopher Ikocha of Platform, General Manager, Platform Asset Development? Any questions for him? Walking us through what they're doing on their Eboma marginal field in terms of their gas utilization, flare reduction, the technologies they are adopting, and how regulations has helped not just them, but the industry. If there are no questions for him, I would ask you, sir, to please leave the mic on the lectern and just remain there for a bit. And then I would have, before I do that, let me just recognize. Okay. Madam Chair, if you can please join them on the podium while I invite the previous speakers, James Okereke, Ifeanyi, because Erica is remotely joining us, and Ifeanyi Ezuka. If all of you can please go on. Where's Ifeanyi Ezuka? Can someone please fetch him? While we're doing that, Engineer Dave Wons, who is the Chief Executive Officer of 𝑭𝒊𝒕, one of our speakers for later. Dave, good to see you. Please let's welcome Dave to the event, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dave. So what we're doing here now is just a plaque of appreciation. Ladies, if you can come on stage, hand it over to Madam Chair. She will. Whose do you have? Whose do you have? Do you mind using the other staircase, please? You are fine. The others, please go that way. Whose do you have? Chevron. Okay, James, give it to Madam Chair. Give it to Madam Chair. She will present to Chevron. Who do you have? Tenaris, okay. That's Chevron. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Chevron, for coming to share those thoughts and insights with us. Tenaris, you will go next. Please go ahead. Tenaris, you will go next. Chevron, don't go yet. We'll take a group photograph. Just step aside a bit. Just step aside. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tenaris. Okay. Thank you, EPT. You're next after Tenaris. Just hold on. Let them finish. Thank you. Are you done, photographer? Thank you, EPT. Thank you so much. EPT, thank you so much. Thank you, EPT. And following EPT will be Platform. And Council Chair, you will please join them for a group photograph after that last presentation. Just let's do Platform and then you join them for the photograph. Okay, so we'll take a group photograph for the Council Chairman now. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, group photograph for the Council Chairman. So please, 2 minutes to 12. We're going to take a 30 minutes exhibition walk, tea and coffee break. Now I have 2 7 points for tea. The one on the left here is for my speakers, the VIPs, as the leaders of the companies, the delegations that have come, and those who have spoken. You go this way. Every other distinguished delegate or participant, the one here by the foyer is yours. You go that way. Now we do all of that and come back at 12:30. One of our speakers, whom we have denied sleep with this program, is magnanimously waiting for us online to speak to us. She will take the first turn when we return from this 30 minutes break, and then we'll speak through the other speakers in the session. But please do not run away. We have a tablet, and is it an iPad? Nike, is it Apple or Samsung? iPad or Samsung? To be discovered. We have a tablet and a phone to give away with the raffle tickets that you have. Don't lose it. That will happen at the very end of the program. You can see, even though we started late, we're maximizing the time. So please don't go away. We're going to have that raffle draw. If you don't have a raffle ticket, ensure you speak with the ushers. They will get one to you. See you in 30 minutes time. Please don't be seated. It's not good to sit for too long. Even if you don't want to go to the exhibition, make sure you stand up and stretch your feet, okay? Please do not be seated. You can network, but most importantly, see our exhibitors, our special guests, our chair, council chair, and our VIPs. Please go visit the exhibitors. Fayama will lead you in doing that. Fayama, please lead them. Take them to visit the exhibitors. All of our VIPs, please see our exhibitors first. From the exhibitions, you can now come to take your tea and coffee. That's why we reserve it for you. Nobody goes there until you go there. So our VIPs, please go and see our exhibitors. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I please have your kind attention, everyone? This is just a gentle, I won't say reminder, information that the criteria to be eligible for the raffle draw is to ensure that each of our exhibitors signs the card that was given to you when you arrived. In fact, they're not hearing me. You see what I'm saying?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. I understand that. My own is cost recovery. Okay, I don't need the manager. Kingsley, are we sure they are sensitized that way to understand the way you're saying it? Because it's not. Sure they are out for break for lunch or something. Oh, we need you here. You hard worker. That's why we got you. Yep. Yeah, they're on partial break. Try to close out some things. That is how Lord and
Can I have your kind attention? Good afternoon. Please, let's start making our way back into the room. It's 12:28. It's 12:28. What is Rita's designation? Can we please start making our way back? Please start making your way back from the exhibition, from the refreshment area. Please, let's start making our way back. Let's start making our way back. Start making your way back. Please start making your way back. Please start making your way back. Where are my ushers? My ushers, please go and tell participants to make their way back into the room. Where are my ushers at? Jackson, is she still there? Rita, have you tested her audio and her video? Good morning, Rita. Good morning, Rita. Rita, please say something so I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Dr. Rita Okorafor, happy long time.
Same to you. Same to you.
Awesome, awesome. I know you're supposed to be either waking up to the start of your day or still resting, whichever one. We crashed in on your time. Thank you for understanding and staying to share your own wisdom with us. Rosario Sobasa is saying hello to you. She's blowing kisses at you.
I didn't even know she was blowing kisses. I'm already blowing kisses back at her.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So in a few minutes, I will introduce you to take your slot. Let's just settle the people back in from exhibition.
No problem.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you.
So distinguished attendees and participants, please, let's make our way to our seats. Our attendees online, thank you for being there with us. Our next speaker is from your constituency. Please, let's take our seats. Thank you very much. Take your seats, take your seats, take your seats. Welcome back, welcome back. Please welcome back to your seats. Okay, so please let's take our seats. Let's take our seats. It's exactly 36 minutes after 12 here in Nigeria and 36 minutes after 6 or after 5, depending on what time it is, what time zone where she is in the US is. She is our next speaker. She's going to give us the academia perspective. Our next speaker is a postdoctoral scholar of the Stanford Center for Carbon Storage of the Stanford University in the United States, a distinguished SPE member. I'd now like to yield the virtual platform to her to address us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Rita Okorafor. Dr. Okorafor, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be sharing my screen in a moment. I don't know, can the host please give me sharing rights?
He's working on that. He can hear you, Jackson.
Okay.
You have it.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to join all of you, though remotely, for this SPE Lagos section annual technical symposium. And today's theme is looking at Africa's pathway to net zero and different fit-for-purpose solutions. My focus for today will be the role of carbon capture, utilization, and storage for sustainable development. I should be able to cover this talk in 20 minutes, but I will start by just giving my broad perspective and understanding of Africa's energy situation, and then why carbon capture and utilization and storage is necessary. I will try not to assume that everybody knows everything about it, so I'll provide some background. And then I'll talk about hydrogen and how it links to carbon capture, utilization, and storage before I come to a conclusion. So let's go to Africa's energy situation. And on this figure that I have here, I'm sharing both the fossil fuel, that's oil and gas, and renewable energy resources that Africa has. And you can see that Africa is blessed with numerous energy resources. But on the right, what it shows is these are potential, meaning that we have not harnessed all of the renewable resources, and we currently are harnessing our fossil fuel resources, of which we have them in vast amounts. And previous speakers may have highlighted that CO2 emissions due to Africa as a continent is less than 5% of the global emissions, the CO2 emissions. And so the kind of sustainable development of energy that Africa is thinking about has to be different from what other countries and continents are thinking about. So what has been Africa's energy needs? One thing that we all know very well is that access to electricity is a challenge in most parts of Africa, for basic things like residential, commercial, even the industry, and then transportation. But on this figure that I have here, I show what are the projections of energy demand for Africa. And we see that it's going to grow. So looking at the left, we compare it with other countries like China and India that are considered to be big. And we see that the population of Africa is going to grow, which means that the energy demand is also going to grow. While on the right, the figure that I have here, it's just showing basically that the demand for energy in Africa is going to increase. There will still be need for fossil fuels, oil, natural gas, as we move forward into the years. Now, on this graph here, on this slide, I talk about Africa's projected electricity generation and the sources. Again, we see, if we look at both the stated policy scenario and the 𝑭𝒊𝒕 Africa case, that gas, natural gas, is going to play a huge role in meeting the energy generation needs. But the thing is that we are in a time where everyone is talking about net zero, low carbon, decarbonization, and natural gas, even though it's a low carbon energy resource, it is not a zero emitting source. And so we would have to begin to think about how can we capture or reduce the amount of emissions that we get from things like natural gas, oil, and provide energy at a net zero situation. So let me talk about carbon capture, utilization, and storage. And I will start with what it is, basically. So in terms of a short form, carbon capture, utilization, and storage is shortened, abbreviated as CCUS. So if I say CCUS, that's what I mean in the course of my talk. And this figure here shows in general the different stages of the process where we identify our source, for instance, a power plant, and then we go through the process of capturing the CO2 that is being emitted from that source. Then after then, CO2 needs to be compressed. You know, this is a gas and it's occupying significant space. So we need to compress it to be able to take it to the points of utilization. The different forms of transportation could be trucks or pipelines. And then after that, we think about storage. So there's storage in the subsurface, which I'll talk about. And then there's utilization, which I'll also talk about separately. Now, if you look at this whole process, key things involved in carbon capture, utilization, and storage is the capture technology, which is currently evolving. And this is where I will start to say the academia comes in, because we are trying to find ways of reducing the cost in carbon capture. Not only reducing the cost, being able to make it efficient, to be able to gather a lot more of the CO2 and from different sources. So different technologies that are in existence, we have what we call the pre-combustion capture, which is before we burn a fuel, we try to capture the CO2. And then once we've captured it, we now go into the process of using the fuel, which is has less CO2 in it, and thus when it's burnt, it doesn't release CO2 into the environment. Typically, it's used in what we call the integrated gasification combined cycle power plants. Then we have what we call the oxy combustion, where we try to use very high amounts of oxygen instead of air, because when you use air to combust a fuel, you have different things that come out of it. So in addition to CO2, you would have other things. But when this air or the fuel you're going to use is primarily oxygen, then you know that what you're burning will result in your heat and your CO2 that is going to be emitted. And so the CO2 that you try to capture would be of higher purity, and this is easier to separate. And then there's post-combustion, which is most often used, which is after you've burnt the fuel with air, you put in technologies that help you to capture the CO2 that is coming out of the system. But as you can see in this particular scenario, we have the CO2 with nitrogen and water, and then you now need to go to the next stage of separation, where you try to bring the CO2 out of the mixture, okay? Again, separation, how do we separate this CO2 from the mixture of other fluids, other components? And so there are different technologies also in research stage, also in development stage, some that have been tested. And so this, I list here absorption technologies, where we use a fluid that tends to absorb the CO2. Then there's adsorption technology, which is a solid in this case that will then adsorb the CO2. And then there are membranes usually used when we have fluids that are of almost the same kind of compositions. And so the membranes will selectively allow us to collect CO2 from our flue gas, which is the fluid that comes out once we've burnt our fuel. So these things are still under research, development. A few have been tested, a few are being used, but it's ongoing research on how we can also improve the separation process for CO2. Then in terms of utilization, the reason why I want to highlight utilization is because, you know, we want to try to monetize this CO2 that we're capturing. And so it's part of things that we are thinking about in the industry, in the academia. When we get the CO2, how can we utilize it? So very commonly, we use it for things like fertilizer. We use it for things like CO2 EOR, enhanced oil recovery in some parts of the world. But there are also other possibilities for CO2. And so this is something that we are actively looking into, how we can use CO2 as chemicals for some processes, for generating plastics, you know, making polymers, for also generating algae, which is also going to help with CO2 reduction in the long term. And in things like concrete building materials, the aggregates. So there are some technologies that are doing CO2 mineralization and CO2 being mixed with the cement while it is created to create concrete. So all of these things may not be able to effectively utilize the large volumes of CO2, but all of these will contribute to ways in which we can utilize CO2. And then the next part of things we think about is storage, because the amount of CO2 that is being emitted, if it is captured, it's quite large. We may not be able to utilize all of them. So we have to consider the possibility of storage and sequestration. So in terms of storage means we would have the possibility of bringing it out some other time, but for sequestration means we want to keep it for a very long time and we wouldn't plan to go back to it. And so we begin to think of what kind of sites would enable us store large volumes and for long times. And things we need to consider are depleted oil and gas reservoirs, saline aquifers. And the interesting thing is that in Africa, we have a lot of depleted oil and gas reservoirs. We have a lot of saline aquifers. So these saline aquifers are just reservoirs that contain water that we are not using. And again, we have to consider the fact that we do not want to store CO2 where we would affect potable water, so we do not lack water. And most importantly is, remember that I highlighted that CO2 is a gas. And if we are to keep CO2 at those volumes in the surface, this figure just shows that when we keep it as in the form of a gas, it's going to occupy a lot of space. But when we inject it into the subsurface at high pressures, greater than what we call the critical pressure and temperature, it enables us to keep CO2 in a supercritical state, and we're able to keep it in smaller volumes beneath the Earth's surface. So this is one of the advantages of subsurface storage. So what do we do in academia? We work with industry to try to identify what are the best sites for us to store CO2. There are so many places, there are so many reservoirs, there are so many aquifers, but where would be the best? And we have to think about, do these reservoirs have the capacity? Are we able to inject into them? Do we have things like faults where the fluid will exit from, would flow out from, because we want to keep that CO2, we don't want to get it back into the subsurface? Do we have incidences of earthquakes or any seismic effects? What are our injection pressures and temperatures, and how would they impact on our reservoir fracture temperatures and pressures? Reservoir temperature, I've talked about. The seals, how do we contain this CO2 in the subsurface? Then in terms of proximity, are we going to be getting pipelines? Are we going to use trucks? You know, how are we going to move the CO2 from where it is generated to the storage site? And then the availability of the land. Is the land available for us to actually put that CO2? And other environmental constraints, like there are some areas that are prohibited from us putting CO2 because we don't want to affect the environment. And then in the planning, we have to think about how do we monitor this CO2? If we put it under the ground, how are we sure of where it is going to, and where, is it going to get into a fault? Is it moving to somebody's land? So there are a lot of things that we take into consideration in the site selection process and even throughout the life of CO2 in the subsurface. And so knowing that, carbon storage is a possibility, let me then take us to hydrogen and why CCS is going to be very important for hydrogen. So hydrogen, the demand for hydrogen is going to increase, and there are several ways with which we can generate hydrogen, because there's a lot of talk about hydrogen and its potential for decarbonization. And here I list 3 methods by which we could generate hydrogen, but I want to just highlight the first one, steam methane reforming, which has been used a lot to generate hydrogen from natural gas. So it tells us that natural gas has a role to play even in the hydrogen economy. Okay. Now, you would hear people talking about the different colors of hydrogen. And basically, if the hydrogen is coming from a renewable energy source or a low carbon energy source, it's considered green. If we're getting it from natural gas through things like steam methane reforming, it's gray hydrogen. But when we combine it with carbon capture, it's blue hydrogen. And blue hydrogen is what I will be talking about as we move further. We could also get it from coal or from electricity from the grid, where we use electrolysis, but let's focus on the blue hydrogen as we move forward. And I talked about the hydrogen demand, and the hydrogen demand is going to grow. It's going to grow for several applications. On this graph here on the left, I talk about in 2020, hydrogen has been used for refining and the industry, especially ammonia. But as we move further, the applications of hydrogen is going to increase for electricity generation, for creating of syngas, synfuel, several other uses. And because of this potential for hydrogen demand to grow, we are beginning to think of how are we going to generate it. And so on the right, I show different ways in which this hydrogen demand is going to be met by production. And you can see in the 2025 and in the 2030 scenario, we have fossil fuel with CCS. That is there in this green, in the green part of things. So it tells us that blue hydrogen is going to play a very important role moving forward. Again, I also highlight the demand, how it's going to grow. And on this figure, we see in brown that SMR, the generation of hydrogen through natural gas, is going to play a key role in several applications of hydrogen. And this is very important for Africa to take note of, because there's going to be huge demand for natural gas. And Africa will still be able to provide natural gas to other countries, but they will be able to provide clean natural gas, in quotes, when it is combined with CCS as blue, so that whoever is using it knows that they are going to be generating blue hydrogen. So in terms of what we can do with carbon capture and sequestration, not only can we help to decarbonize different industries like the power sector, the cement sector, the oil and gas industry, we can also use it to enable the hydrogen economy. And Africa is well positioned because we do have both the resources like natural gas, and we have the storage sources to store the CO2 that will be emanated from things like SMR. So to come to a conclusion, I would just say that in the work that I have been involved with, I have seen a lot of collaboration between the government, academia, and industries. And what we do is the academia provides input to policies and regulations. So we do the studies that enables the government make policies related to things like carbon capture, storage, even the hydrogen economy. We also provide research on what is going on in the subsurface, what research on the kind of capture technologies, research on separation technologies, on the best kind of reservoirs. So there's research that is ongoing, because you see this thing of CO2 storage is still something that is evolving. And then we actually work with industries, different industries, power industries, transportation industries, oil and gas industries, to perform studies, feasibility studies on the kind of CCS projects from the point of capture up to the transportation and then storage. So there's this kind of collaboration between the academia, government, and industry. So as I come to a conclusion, I just want to say that Africa's energy needs will continue to grow due to the population growth and the need to actually increase energy access. But fossil fuel will remain an important part of the energy mix. Fossil fuel has been identified as an emitter of CO2, and we are not planning anytime soon to stop using fossil fuel. However, we could combine fossil fuel with CO2 storage, capture, storage, and utilization, and be able to provide energy, sustainable energy at net zero emissions. There are challenges and there are opportunities, especially in Africa, as we haven't advanced in terms of policies and tax incentives, the infrastructure, security, and funding. However, there's opportunity for collaboration between the industries to overcome these challenges and provide opportunities for skills, job opportunities, and to grow the local expertise. So I'll just say thank you for taking your time to listen, and please let me know if you have any questions. I'll be happy to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rita. Yeah, I think you're going to have a question or two. Let me just go straight into that. Just hold on. You will hear the first. Where are my microphones for the ushers? Where are your microphones? Okay. So any other question besides herself here for Rita? I guess it's just one question. So Rita, the next voice you hear is the SPE member asking you a question.
All right.
Yeah, thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. I have two questions. The first one is I'd like you to shed more light on the pre-combustion carbon capture, because I know you iterated like 3 different methods for the post-combustion. That's the absorption, and then the membrane technology. And then secondly, have you also, in the research, has the economic viability of the carbon capture technology been considered? Thank you.
Okay. So let me go to the slide on the pre-combustion. Okay. Yetunde, okay. All right. So I know I rushed through all of this, it's 20 minutes, okay? So in pre-combustion, what we try to do is to capture the CO2 before we actually go into the process of utilizing that fuel for maybe generating electricity. So if you look at this diagram that I have here, we have the air. It passes through the gasification, the gasifier, which is mostly used for coal. There is a shift reactor that helps us to extract this CO2, break it down into CO2 and hydrogen. And so when we break it down into CO2 and hydrogen, is the hydrogen that goes into the gas turbine for generation of electricity. And hydrogen can go to use in fuel cells for vehicles. The CO2 does not go into the gas turbine. It's not burnt. And so when we burn the fuel, or whatever fuel is coming out, there is no CO2 contained in it. So that's pre-combustion. Now, in terms of your question on economic feasibilities, so there are studies, and in fact, I think I should have a backup slide on that, on the cost of CCS projects. So CCS projects are quite capital intensive, and I wouldn't say that they have brought in return on investments. The thinking behind CCS is it may not be giving us revenue or profit, but it's helping us to solve a problem, and which is reduction of CO2 in the atmosphere. So in this slide, I just show the kind of costs related to CCS, undertaking a CO2 project, CO2 capture and storage project, using different, for different methods. If we're using the IGCC, which is like the pre-combustion, if it's for the cement industry. So these are the kind of costs that we look at. But this is what we call the first of a kind. So when you do it for the first time, and then as you begin to do most of these projects, the costs come down due to experience and also due to economies of scale. So this is what I have to show on this slide. I hope, Yetunde, that I've answered your questions.
Come, sir. Okay. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. Rita, I would just want to ask, you spoke about a collaboration between the government and the academia. My question is, the fund driving that collaboration, is it coming from government or the industry, from your experience out there?
So it will depend on the nature of the project. So if it's a project in which we're supposed to come up with recommendations for the government, it will be a government-funded project. And I can say that where I am, there's a lot of funding going into by the government for low carbon technologies, be it CCS, be it hydrogen, solar, wind, etc. So anything that is low carbon technologies, the government funds it. They have their own funding for research and Then the industry as well, when they have specific projects that they want to investigate, which is perhaps outside their scope of work, outside their expertise, they give it to the academia to work on, and then the industry will fund the project. So it will just depend on the nature of the project, what we're trying to achieve. Yeah, but government has been, very, very good with funding thus far.
All right, thank you. I personally have another question, but I'll leave it next time. I will ask you on WhatsApp, but let me continue the program now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more round of applause. Oh, there's a question. Oh, hold on. Let me take a second one. It's the last I'm taking for you, Rita. Just the second one and the last one, and we're done. Is it you or him? I need one question. Okay. He's giving it.
I will. He's giving it. So good afternoon. My name is Wura. The question more is on CCS. And it's as you're talking that I was coming up with it. I was thinking about it really. So, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. So in the research that is going on, I mean, I'm not too familiar with it, but I understand what the basis is and all of that. So in the research that is going on, have we looked at the long-term viability of this in terms of, especially in terms of putting the CO2 under the ground, saline or even old reservoirs, whether we're doing miscible or immiscible absorption, whatever the process is. But because we know nature is nature, there has to be balance, like volume balance or whatever. By the time we put this the CO2 down, have we looked at the long-term effect that is there? So I guess my question is this something that you can do forever, or it has a limit in terms of volume, because there has to be volume balance somehow in nature?
Okay.
You go.
So very, very good question. So the thing is that when you put the CO2 in the subsurface, we have what we call trapping mechanisms. And by trapping mechanisms, it means how are we going to keep that CO2 in the subsurface to prevent it from coming out? So basically, when we're putting it in a reservoir, like an oil and gas reservoir, the basic trapping mechanism are the seals and the traps that were previously there in the reservoir. But over time, there's what we call mineralization, where the CO2 tends to react with the rock and converts into something else in the subsurface. There's residual trapping. There are other mechanisms that keep the CO2 in the subsurface. In terms of if there's a limit of volume to inject and keep, yes, there is a limit. Every reservoir will have a limit for two reasons. First of all, if you're going to inject CO2 into a reservoir that is depleted, you can only put what space has been removed. Then secondly, for something like a saline aquifer that is water that is, in its virgin state, you're going to be introducing something like CO2 that's going to be displacing the water. There's a limit to which you can displace that water, not necessarily displace it because it could be a closed system, for instance, but you don't want to increase the subsurface pressure so much that you go and you fracture that the subsurface and cause another problem. So in terms of injection, we look at the volumes, we look at rates, we try to monitor the pressures just to make sure that we are optimal in what we do. And there's something we do capacity evaluation. So we evaluate what is the capacity of every reservoir. A reservoir can have 100 megatons of capacity for CO2. Another one can have 50 million tons of capacity for CO2. And then we will just decide, depending on the volume of CO2 that I want to inject over 30 years or 20 years, which of these reservoirs would I use and will it be sufficient? If it's not sufficient, let me go and find another one. So Wura, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does, she says, Rita. Thank you. Please, let's
All
give
right.
Rita another round of applause. Thank you, Rita. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Now enjoy the rest of the day that is ahead of you, seeing that it's just still early morning with you. Thank you very much, Rita. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will, after Rita's presentation, run through two more company presentations, then two sponsors' remarks, then one company presentation, a vote of thanks, raffle draw, which will happen after a short visit to the exhibitors if you're yet to sign with the exhibitors, lunch, and we're done. Good program so far, so good. And we're going on to the next presentation, which is coming from the Energy Transition Business Opportunity Manager for Shell Nigeria. Let's welcome 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂'𝒔. He's also NAPE's immediate past Vice President.
All right, thanks, Mr. Richmond, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please put up the slide pack? And as that is coming up, so Richmond already introduced me. 𝒊𝒊𝒂'𝒔 is the name, the Energy Transition Business Opportunity Manager for shell companies in Nigeria, which is a role I took over in January this year. But before then, I was the Deepwater Exploration Manager for SNEPCO. So as the slide is coming up, I will be today sharing with you from different angles. First, I haven't removed that cap as an explorer, as a geoscientist, so you'll see some perspective from there. I also share the perspective of energy transition. At the same time, I also share from the view of what Shell is thinking in this particular space of energy transition. The slide would really help, but I think I can get speaking. Okay, I think it's up now. So if you just, okay, I can move it now myself. So before I go ahead, this is the letter from the lawyers. So, you know, I need to put this up before I start. For more details, you can actually look at our website. So the agenda I'm going to be using today really is what I've got in here. So I want to, first of all, paint the context. And the context is just to make sure we put ourselves and be on the same page. I know some of the early speakers have already said some things, Once I'm done with that, then I will now move into Shell Powering Progress agenda. And that's where I'm going to be spending some time to discuss what our global Shell is thinking in terms of energy transition. Then I'll bring it home. So I'm not just going to talk about what global Shell is doing, but what are we, the Shell companies in Nigeria, doing in terms of the net zero. And the topic actually is what I'm going to be talking to the pathway to net zero in a fit for purpose manner. And then lastly, summarize what I would have told you. Now, just to be on the same page, in 2015, it was when the 193 parties of countries assembled in Paris to sign up the agreements where they all committed to make sure that the global average temperature stays below 2 degrees centigrade compared to the pre-industrial level in the 18th century. And in these 193 countries, 44 are from Africa, right? So we've got 54 countries in Africa. So 44 countries in Africa signed to this. So that really shows you the commitments that Africa has in terms of the climate change, because nobody in this room, I believe, will say he's not aware of what the challenges we face today in terms of flooding, in terms of drought, even wildfires. It's real. And it's also impacting those, especially in the rural communities. Now, Nigeria as a country committed, initially in 2017, we submitted the first intended national determined contribution documents. And at that time, we committed to reducing our emission of net zero by, it was 40%, if I'm correct. No, 45%. And then later on, after the COP26, that was actually increased to 47 by 2030. And also at the same time, our president, Buhari, also committed on behalf of all of us that by 2060, Nigeria is going to hit the net zero. So Nigeria really is doing a lot in this space. I must give them credit. Also, if you look at the PIA that was passed, there are some elements that really will help us to accelerate to get to net zero by 2060. Things around the penalties for the flares, things around incentive for the pipeline investment with some tax rebates. So they're doing quite a lot. And it's not just enough that the PIA was passed. At the same time, the Climate Change Act was also passed last year. I don't know how many of you know. It's a very good document. I would say you should have a read. It's not that too voluminous. And we are the first in West Africa to deliver that kind of document. So it's about walking the talk. So I think we've got the documents, but again, it now requires the implementation, because it's got a council, it's got all the things that has to be done. But if we can follow judiciously what is established in that Climate Change Act, I think Nigeria really, the commitment to 2060 could be realistic. Now, but having said all this, the bottom three, the SDGs goals that the UN have set, is something we really want to touch. And that's why for us in Shell, what I'm going to be telling you in the next few minutes is going to be touching on no poverty. It's going to be touching on affordable and clean energy, and also on the Climate Change Act. Now, I've been in some rooms and some meetings where some people argue. I mean, I think at the Energy Summit we had at Abuja, was it early this year, I think? You know, the African ministers were all saying, no, the ambassador for US was there. No, the Western world, don't push us too much on this, your renewable. We want to do our oil and gas first. And then the Western world is saying, no, you don't really do more of the oil and gas. We won't give you funding. If it's renewable, we'll give you funding. My view is simple. None of them can fix the problem. You need the two, right? You have to continue with the oil and gas. You have to continue with the renewable. And in the next few slides, I think you'll see why I'm saying so. So let's see. Can you help me? This is not moving. Okay. Right. So let's look at the numbers. The world population today is 7.6 billion. Now, in the next 30 years, that number is going to increase with additional 2 billion to take us to about 9.8 billion. Out of this number, the African population is 1.4 billion. So just pay attention a bit to this number. 1.4 billion is the African population. And then sub-Saharan Africa, which is where I'm going to be focusing more on, is about 1.1 billion. So in Africa, most of the population comes from sub-Saharan Africa, of which Nigeria is a big one. We are about 200 million now. By 2050, we should have doubled to about 400 million. Now, globally, we have, out of these 7.6 billion, about 759 million people do not have access to electricity to light their homes, cool their food, or even, put the AC in the house or warm the house. 759 million people globally. If you then come to sub-Saharan Africa, about 570 million don't. So what you now notice is that 75% of the total population of the world that don't have access to light and electricity is from sub-Saharan Africa, which is all of me and you. So this is where, in my mind, the biggest challenge comes, and the pace at which we get to the net zero has to be in such a way that we have to make sure that the people, this population, first of all, gets access to electricity in whichever form or manner, as we all journey towards, be it the net zero by 2060 that the federal government has fixed, or what Shell, for example, which I'm going to be talking in a second, has fixed, which is 2050. If you look at the numbers, right, you see the percentages of the assets that we are losing, that people that are lacking access to energy or electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. Nigeria, for example, is 55%. So if you do the mathematics, we're about 200 million today. So if you do the mathematics, about 110 million Nigerians don't have really good access to electricity. And it's really bad if you go around. Look at Chad, 8%. Sorry, it's the other way around. This is a population that has access, actually. So if you minus 100% from this, you see the number that don't have. So only 55 has in Nigeria, 45 don't. So if you flip it around, it's actually 90 million that don't. 110 million has. Chad, 8%, DRC. So you can read for yourself. So it's a bit of a challenge in terms of fixing this. Now, while the population is going to double, in Africa, we're going to be growing by 1.2 billion. So it's still, you can see the pressure that this is going to be having on us. And then 75% of this population is going to live in cities. And of course, as you know, in cities, there's going to be more demand for energy. So again, looking for more power. And then sub-Saharan Africa, 3/4 of this, like I mentioned before, 75% don't. Now, let me start bringing it home a little bit for you. So in Nigeria today, the megawatts that we produce, well, in the past, we've done about 5,000 megawatts. But as of today, I was reading the Punch this morning. I think we are just hovering around 4,000 megawatts production in terms of what we distribute. We have installed capacity of 13,000 megawatts, but we're only able to distribute 5,000, 4,000. You can tell the problem, the TCN and the rest of it. Nigeria has the ambition to increase this to 30,000 megawatts by 2030. Now, I want to take you to Egypt. Egypt has 100% access to electricity, Morocco and the rest. Now, Egypt has a population of about 100 million. Nigeria is 200, so Nigeria is double. Now, Egypt has a generation capacity of 59,000 megawatts today, 59,000. And we only have the capacity of about 13, and then only 4,000 you see. So even by the time we get to 30,000 megawatts, we are way, way far from the number that we need. And bear in mind that the number of the population is going to be increasing. If you look at South Africa, for example, population is about 60 million. They're producing about 60,000 megawatts. So we have a big challenge, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. So because the countries I've mentioned now is largely in the Northern Africa. So sub-Saharan Africa has a huge challenge. So how do we solve this problem? Even if we ramp up the megawatts that we produce from gas-fired plant, hydro, that is still not going to fix the problem. And that's why we then need the off-grid, the mini-grids to complement. And that's why I'm saying nobody can come and tell me that let's leave the gas and face renewable, because renewable cannot fix it. Neither will the gas fix it, no matter what you do. So you need both. So while we continue to increase the power that you put in the grid, we also have to do what we have to do off-grid, because the off-grid actually sometimes is easy to get to the rural communities where you can't do the wiring. It's much quite easier. And I will show you an example of what Shell is doing to tell you that it is possible. Now, this is about electricity. I don't even want to talk about the cooking the clean cooking, because that one is even worse. About 2.6 billion people in the world don't really have a good clean cooking system. Now, let me move a bit forward to what Shell is doing in terms of these contests that I've painted. Now, in 2021, we launched what we call the Powering Progress Together strategy, which is a center of accelerating our journey to net zero by 2050. And we've got 4 pillars. I will spend more time on 2 of the pillars, powering lives and net zero, achieving net zero emission. The other 2, not much, because the first one is around generating shareholders value. So we, of course, in the business, we have shareholders, we have to make money for them, but also generate the money that we have to use to fund the future energy. I mean, Dr. Rita mentioned the CCUS and all the cost that comes with it. Where is that money going to come from? So we have to generate that money from the oil and gas production we do today to be able to fund the energy of tomorrow. So that's what the generating shareholders value is all about. Respecting nature, we are continuing to plant trees, protecting the environment, doing more of recycling, and the rest of it. Now, let me now come to where I want to spend more time, because remember the SDG goals that I shared. The SDG goal number 1, no poverty. So we cannot, in the context of trying to provide cleaner energy, now cause people to have more poverty. And therefore, for us in Shell, we want to power lives. And this is by making sure we provide the right energy access to homes, to businesses, and transport for cooking, but also social investments in our community. As many of you will know, we're spending quite a lot in terms of the grants and the funding to the health care system in this country, university grants, and many. And also to the federal government. Last year alone, SPDC and SNEPCO was able to pay about $986 million to the federal government in royalties and corporate taxes alone. So, and this funding, of course, is expected that the government is going to be using it to power the lives of our citizens. Now, by 2030, Shell as a company, our commitment is that we will have to provide reliable electricity to 100 million people in Africa and Asia. And we are walking the talk. I'm also going to tell you in a second what we're doing in this space. We have an organization that is now set up. We call it Energy Access. They are really working this, trying to get into the on-grid system in this country. And then lastly is around achieving the net zero emission. And for us, we're also committed in this space to what was signed in the Paris Agreement. For time's sake, let me not spend more time on this. Let me move on now to focus on what we are doing in Nigeria. Now, this is at the heart of my presentation today. And 3 things I really want to leave you with on this slide is number 1, SPDC is producing oil and gas today in Nigeria. Shell Nigerian Gas is, of course, delivering gas to the communities, and then SNEPCO Deepwater is producing largely oil, but also some gas going to LNG. What we are doing, first of all, is to ensure that we reduce the greenhouse gas, reduce it significantly towards our journey towards net zero by 2050. And by 2030, we want to reduce that number by 50% compared to 2016 levels. And I'm talking about scope 1 and scope 2. So I won't spend time on explaining what they are, because I think the Chevron speaker already talked around scope 1, 2, and 3, what that means. And that's what you see on these bar charts in terms of by 2016, the number we produced, I think it was about 900 kilotons CO2 emission per annum. In 2021, that went up because there was a project we were doing in Bonga, and because of that project, flares out project, there was a bit of increase in the flare gas, but that has really come down again. And what we are working is on these levers to ensure that we meet this target of 2030 by 50% and by 2050 by net zero, because we can't really remove all the CO2. So we have to do a bit of offsets to get it to net, because the word here is net zero, not absolute zero, but net, to balance it. Now, what are we doing? So the first one is operational efficiencies. So we're spending more time in our assets to bring, compress the flare gas. So we have this recent project that we had, Southern Swamp, associated gas, which was commissioned last year. Forcados Yokri is coming this year as well. And we've been doing this in the last 20 years. There's no new project that we do now that doesn't have any AG solution. And what all this is going to be doing is to make sure we don't flare. And we've committed that by 2030, it's going to be zero flaring in all our facilities in Nigeria. We've even accelerated by 2025, which is only in 3 years' time, that all the routine flaring is going to be zero. So that's our commitment to ensure that we reduce the GHG emission. Now, let me move to the second point I want to leave you with here. We are working to change the product that we sell to our customers. And the key one here is gas. We've heard so much about gas. This country is quite blessed. And I do agree with one of the speakers that said this Nigeria should be a gas nation, really, and not an oil nation. And I fully agree. Because if you look at what we've got a lot of gas potential. I'm an explorer, right? So most of the exploration where we've done in the recent time in Shell has all been deep plays targeting gas, and they're delivering. April, name them, Alakiri, West Deep, and the rest of them. We have even started doing that in the deep water, but even in the Cretaceous Basin, the Anambra Basin, Benue Trough, all this is all full of gas. So we are all blessed with this abundant resources. And it's not just only Nigeria, the sub-Saharan African countries, Senegal, Angola, the rest of them also has this in abundance. So we really have to maximize the use of this gas because it's cleaner, and that will help us to provide the gas that we need to power the lives of the people via LPG, CNG, and the rest of it. Now, as a company in Nigeria, we've got SNG. Many of you will know Shell Nigerian Gas. Last year, already they delivered about 400 megawatts equivalent of gas generated power in Nigeria. We have a new company, you see the abbreviation, the SEN, which is Shell Energy Nigeria, that just came into this country, and SNG now is going to be under the SEN, which is Shell Energy Nigeria. They've committed to distribute 1 billion cubic feet of gas for the domestic gas by 2030. And they're doing this a lot. I mean, this number, you should not doubt it, because if you see what Shell Nigerian Gas is doing today, led by Ed, many of you will know, the MD, they're doing quite a lot in the market. In terms of our distribution network, they've got about 130 commercial and industrial locations in this country that are supplying gas. A lot of agreements signed with some states, Lagos, Ogun, Abia, Rivers State, Bayelsa, and Oyo, doing quite a lot. Shell Nigerian Gas has a distribution network of 150 kilometers in Nigeria. In Aba, they're supplying gas, about 20-kilometer gas pipeline. So we're doing quite a lot in terms of bringing the gas to both in domestic use and for industrial use through the SNG. And with the Shell Energy Nigeria coming in now, we want to even expand our scope by distributing more gas, as I've mentioned to you, but also getting into on-grid business, not off-grid. The off-grid is where the all-on, as many of you will know, is doing a lot. All-on, if you go to LinkedIn, you see they also won I think the Investor Award sometime last year. Is a not-for-profit a company being seeded and funded by SPDC and SNEPCO. As of today, SPDC and SNEPCO has committed about $200 million to All-on to help to close the access energy gap that we have in this country. But this is largely focused on the off-grid communities, the underserved and unserved. And they've also helped renewable energy startups to connect about 45,000 off-grid customers. I think the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria is going to be speaking today. They can also testify with what they're doing with All-on. So All-on, which is a Shell seeded company, is doing quite a lot. So today, All-on has 13 mini-grid sites in 8 states in Nigeria, solar system across every single state you have in this country. You've got a footprint of All-on. They've got 3 solar refrigeration in 3 states, and also a bit of battery assembly plant here in Lagos. So we are really walking the talk, and this is doable. So you can imagine when you have 10, 20, 30s of All-on playing in the off-grid to complement what we have in the on-grid. We're also supplying gas. You can see the kind of transformation we can have in this country. There are some challenges though, but today I don't want to talk about challenges. I want to talk more about the solutions, because somebody can say infrastructure. I know we have the Afam power plant in Rivers State, which is supplying about 7% of the national grid electricity we have today. It has the capacity for 650 megawatts, but again, because of transmission constraints, it's only doing about 250 to 350. But today, for me, I don't want to complain. The question is, can we have more of those Afam power plants? Can we have more of All-ons? Can we have more of Shell Nigerian Gas to supply gas? If we can do this, to be honest, the population that I mentioned to you, the energy challenge that we have, those 45%, 45% population of this country that don't have access to power, we can do a lot to bring that number down. So I've talked more around the products that we sell, we're changing, which is the second point I want to leave with you. Last point is largely what Dr. Rita mentioned, but I don't want to go into details. We're also looking at CCUS. As we speak today, we are working with the World Bank. So for your information, World Bank is collaborating with the Office of the Vice President to develop a CCUS market in this country. And we are fully wired involved in that design to see how to develop that market of CCUS and show that there is value in this country. So we are spending some time in that aspect. Also, the hydrogen, we're also looking at that, the blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, as the case may be. Nature-based solution, again, yesterday I had about 2 hours meeting discussing with our center on the nature-based solution where we can do both in northern Nigeria and in southern Nigeria. So we're really spending time because with the first two things I mentioned around GHG reduction, changing the product that we sell around gas, we'll still be emitting some CO2. So to make sure that we're net zero by 2050, we have to do nature-based solution, we have to do CCUS and the hydrogens of this world to make sure that we net it off, basically. So let me round up and open it up for questions. For us in Shell, we have a clear pathway to net zero. And we really have articulated, we spent some time, we know where we're going, we know the challenges, and we are working it. Every day, we are meeting the target that we set for our journey towards net zero by 2050. I'll spend time on operational efficiency, which is number one, so I won't spend much time on that again. Growing and delivering more domestic gas to our customers, SNG I've mentioned, renewable, all on I've mentioned, which is both off-grid and on-grid. But the last point I haven't talked around is around capacity building. And I think this is really very important. I want to end on that note. Let's not deceive ourselves or be confused by the fact that there is energy transition. Many of you on this one might be reservoir engineers or geoscientists. About 75 of the skills that we have are transferable. The CCUS that we just talked about now, you still need exploration geoscientists, the production geoscientists, the RE, the well engineer to do the same design of the well, do your interpretation, find the reservoir where you have to put the gas. Everything that you do today in drilling oil and gas is the same skill sets. So there's no magic. So those transferable skills are what we are trying to identify. With a bit of tweaking, we can play in the energy space. So it's not absolutely new. There will be a few skills we have to learn and upskill. For me, I'm also upskilling. I'm playing more in the energy transition now. I'm upskilling, but it's a bit of tweak. There's no magic. And then lastly, we're also trying to make sure that the women are involved in this. If you look at the population of the women that are playing and working in the energy industry today, it's not quite good, about 32%. In the renewable, it's about 22%, which is better. But we have to do more. We have to have more women in this. And if you look at the women in the leadership, it's even worse, about 11%. For us in Shell, we've made a commitment to increase that number of our women in leadership to 35% by 2025, 40% by 2030. So we're really spending much time on this one in terms of gender balance. And then lastly, I want to also challenge everybody in this room because I've been hearing all this energy transition everywhere we go. The people that are making the policies, I will do a bit of statistics and then we end it in there. If you look at the population of the world today, those that are aged 20 to 40 years are about 2 billion in the world, about 30% of world population, 2.3 billion. Those that are less than 20 years, about 2.6 billion, which is about 33%. So if you combine the age of those that are 40 below, is about 63% of the world. Who are those that are making decisions today in energy industry and renewable? It's largely those that are 60 and above, 60 to 80. And only about 1 billion, which is only 13%, making decisions for me and you. The question is, by 2050, when we're all aiming to get to net zero, which is what we are all designing, all these guys that are 60 to 80 years today will be about 90 to 110 years. They would have all died. And those that will be living at that time are not part of the decision. And that's why we're all very committed to ensure that both, as we're talking about gender balance, the younger ones are also brought on board to join and make policies that we'll live with and see. I'm not about saying this will work, and in 20 years, 30 years time, it's not working. So we'll live here to make sure that what we are promising is really happening. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and let me take your question now.
Well, that question will be only one for this presentation. We're quite pressed for time. You have a question? My ushers, do you have your mic now? Don't worry, you continue, you keep going. Stop, there, in front of you, right in front of you. The gentleman there, yes, that's him. Push it up if it's off. Push it up. Has the light come on the microphone? The light is on?
Good day,
Then you should talk.
everyone.
Okay.
My name is Adeyemi. It's a wonderful presentation. I am quite aware of the CCUS intervention program by the World Bank, and considering I'm lucky enough to know a member of the Climate Change Act and Council, and I reached out to him concerning the particular implementation, and he made it known to me that this particular CCUS intervention program that the World Bank has is somewhat directed towards the cement industry, which is a very viable part considering the level of contribution of greenhouse gases the cement industry has globally. However, I would like to ask, what is Shell's influence on that particular table to ensure that it drives towards the energy industry? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I fully agree with you. I'm aware you're absolutely correct. When you bring money, you determine where you want to spend your money. So the World Bank is, going to be funding this and working with the federal government, where they've agreed to start that CCUS project is for cement industry and steel industry, right? And not really in oil and gas. So I fully agree with you. But they are calling for a summit. They want to still open the door to listen to everybody. So next month, there's going to be a summit, which I will also be attending. And everybody have to put the view on the table. But having said that, that could be a starting point because we have to understand the market first. So it doesn't matter whether I start from the cement industry or steel. The point remains that we need to understand how the market and make it good for even the investors to come in. We shouldn't leave it for the government only. The federal, investors can also come in if we make it sure that there is money or business in there. So I wouldn't be bothered about where they're starting. That's number one. Then number two is if you want to do it in the cement industry, again, look at what Dr. Rita showed. The closeness, proximity to where you want to put and store the CO2 is key. So if you don't have a reservoir next to cement industry or next to steel industry, so where are you going to store it? So it's not going to be quite economical to transport it to a long distance location. But we do know, us in Shell and even our partners, Total, name them, we understand where we've depleted the reservoir in terms of oil and gas. And that's where you're going to be re-injecting the CO2. So whichever way, you have to come back to the oil industry to learn, to really figure out how to store this. So that will be my answer to that question. I hope that answers it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. John Bosco Uche is the Energy Transition Business Opportunity Manager for Shell Nigeria Net Zero by 2050, achieving 50% by 2030. Okay, thank you. We're tweaking our program a little bit. One of our industry leaders who was supposed to speak to us a little later, because of the exigencies of time, we'll have to bring him forward. And thanks to Rian for understanding and to other speakers, we appreciate your cooperation in this regard. So again, just a quick reminder, we will take these leaders' presentation, then we'll listen to Rian. That will be all from the company presentations. Then we'll take 2 sponsors' presentations, and thereafter, we will listen to a vote of thanks from a board member of SP Lagos. One last visit with the exhibitors. We'll take the raffle draw, lunch is served, and we're all out of here. So hopefully in the next hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, we should be getting ready to leave this place. Onwards now to the next presentation. He is Deputy Managing Director, Deepwater Assets, Total Energies EP Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Victor Bandele. Welcome, boss.
Excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today is a very special day. Special in the sense that the topic that we are treating is best in class. It's a very good topic, and I'm really happy with the population that we have in this room. So thanks Mr. Uche, for the presentation. Honestly, when I was looking at the tail ends of the presentation, I told myself my work has been made extremely easy, because he's talked about most of the things that the industry generally must adapt to. And all of us are in the same boat. In fact, if we don't take these into consideration, not only, it's not something you do out of pleasure these days, it's what you do to keep yourself in business. So if you are not doing it, honestly, your stakeholders, your shareholders, everybody will leave you. So there is a level of compulsion that goes with what we're talking about today. So that's me. Do we have the slides? I can go on, don't worry. Maybe it's even better if you don't have the slides, I can go faster. So I will lead us through transformation, Total Energies. And I think we've demonstrated so many things, and the people know that first we changed our name. So it means we are ready for business, isn't it? We've been known over time as an oil and gas company. So every time you hear Total, you know that it's either we're dealing in oil production, gas production, refining, chemicals, and lubricants, and then marketing. This is the business that we've been known for. But right from the early 2020s, so from 2020, it became, in fact, before 2020, let's say 2010, I'll say, it became apparent to us that we need to go northwards. And so you begin to have the acquisition, Total merger with 𝒂𝒄 merger with Total. And when it became apparent in the 2020s, that no, you need to do a bit more. You need to adapt the business to the callings of the day. So we changed our name to Total Energies, and today we encompass all energy sectors. And I think we are now known as the foremost energy company in the world. I start with the expectation. What do people expect from an energy company? An energy company expectation is clear. We need to demonstrate from businesses to preserve the climate for future generations. Every energy company today must demonstrate that. If you don't demonstrate it, you are going to be thrown into the waters. So you are faced with the double challenge, and we face that challenge. I don't want us to shy away from it. What are the challenges? We need more energies. And you need, and we need, and the world needs less emissions. So there is no, but when you look at what we've been doing in the past, for every new energy you bring to the system, you are increasing the GHG, the greenhouse gas emission. You increase, when you bring in a new platform, you are going to increase the emission. And that is what led to the story of net zero. So I'm just creating a background here. So the net zero means you pick a date and you say, as of that date, the quantum of greenhouse emissions that I will generate into the system must be neutral. It must be neutral. So what I put into the system and what I take out of it must be neutral. And this is our challenge. So you have most of the companies, and Mr. Uche was elaborating on that, on the process that they are going through in their own case in Shell. Our ambition as Total, yes, thank you. So next slide. Yeah. So our ambition as Total Energies is very clear. I've talked about the 2021 name change, but from 2050 ambition is to attain a net zero in all ramifications. So to get that balance, we say we need to have renewable energy mix that is accounting for 50% of all energy that is generated in Total Energies. So by 2050, we intend to have 50% of these that are renewable. We need to focus on biomass, on renewable electricity through hydrogen and so on, that we account for the next 25%. And the hydrocarbon that we have today, that is more than 45% of our mix, you see that direction. So the oil that we have today, that is about 45%, plus gas that is about 20%, we want to reduce everything to about 25% by 2050. This is the ambition of Total Energies worldwide. Now, what is a company like Total Energies in Nigeria? What is our stake? We are not moving at the same pace with everybody in terms of decarbonizing, but we are able to increase our gas component, which is less carbon compared to oil. So we need to put more energy in the space. So in Nigeria, we are one of the selected places in the world where we are permitted to increase our footprint in gas because it's considered to be the transition fuel. And so I say it, and I say it everywhere I go, that in our case, we will be pushing in Nigeria to have more gas, because here we have very, very poor distribution of energy. The energy need in this place, in this space, is so enormous. And what we are doing presently for the domestic market, for us here, is so little. So there is a lot of room for increased gas utilization in Nigeria. Next slide, which is from my side, I shift. So the greenhouse gas emission reduction is going to take place in phases. From 2030, we intend to have reduced the scope 3 to 30%, and the scope 1 and 2 to 40% reduction. This is consistent with what I have said before. But mark you, in Nigeria, in the rest of Africa, in the space where there is need for gas development, we're going to put more energy into the space at lower gas emission. So we're doing our businesses now in Africa with zero flare, and all projects that Total Energies have put on stream since 2000 had been done without any molecule of routine flaring. So all those projects do not have any component of flaring. I can name all the projects. Each one of them has its gas utilization model, which is either to export to the LLNG to supply the domestic gas, or for reservoir management. But there is no place since 2020 that we have designed and put on stream that has a gas flaring component. So I thought I would get an applause for that. So routine flaring worldwide, we intend that by 2025, we're going to have 0.1 million standard cubic meter per day. You can imagine what that means, because I have wells that produces up to 3 million, that produces up to 4 million. So when a company says that I want to reduce my flare, routine flaring to 0.1, it means that I'm practically eliminating routine flaring in the country. And that is for 2025. And then worldwide by 2030, no routine flaring in Total Energies. So it's, so these are concrete figures. If you check our website, you'll see it. It's shown from some fields because those fields are very difficult to convert to what I'm saying. So between now and 2025, we have a project ongoing in Port Harcourt, which is to drastically reduce the routine flaring on the only other OML that is that has routine flaring in Nigeria. So I think this is one pragmatic thing. It is a deliberate action. We have to, and that is the way to do, and make sure that you do it. And TotalEnergies, I think we are well known for that. When we say it, we do it. So meeting our 2030 targets. I'll go quick so that I can take a few questions. We're doing a lot of investments, And if you busy yourself with the internet, just do a recap. Type TotalEnergies acquisitions in 2022. You see the amount of investment that TotalEnergies is making in renewables, in things that are going to better our future. So it's a company that is really deliberate about that. I've listed a couple of things there. They're very similar to what Mr. Uche was talking about. So when you look at carbon capture, it's a project. We've had so many projects that are done. Acquisition of 40,000 hectares of forest. You can imagine what that signifies, right? And all of us buy plots of land for house, Abi. So if you imagine that a plot of land is less than is like 1/5 of an acre. 1 acre is that big compared to a hectare, and we're talking about 40,000 hectares. I think it's remarkable. Now I'll jump to liquids because my friend dealt with the new molecules and all those things very well. Now look at liquids. Low cost, low emission oil fields in Libya. I will discuss this because it's something that makes me not to be so happy, you know? So we did a lot of work in Libya recently as a company because they are able to present low cost, low carbon emission projects. And these are the most favorable projects to be sanctioned. It's in Africa. So the challenge that I've gotten for myself is to say that the next development to be announced by my group, by TotalEnergies, must be a project in Nigeria because I can have a low cost and a low carbon project in Nigeria. And we're working towards that. And you will hear the announcement soon. Thank you. Let me jump. Here are some energy solution projects that we have in Nigeria that are not purely oil and gas. And I will do justice to this one, which was, look at the dates on that, 2011. As at 2011, TotalEnergies acquired more than 50% stake in SunPower. SunPower is, at that time, the second largest provider of solar energy in the world. So when we talk about deliberate actions, in my own state, I say, when Total says it, it means it is doing it. 2011, we've acquired 50% stake in the #2 solar provider for the world. 2022, this year, February this year, we've further increased our stake in that company. So now we are in charge of all the commercial and the industrial aspects of SunPower. This is a deliberate action. It's to tell you that we mean business. And the challenge I received is, if we are able to acquire and do this on a global sense, what are we doing in Nigeria? So Total Solar International was a project that we have started in Nigeria for the past 7-8 years. So it's not new. We've not been able to secure good commercial terms. If you provide solar energy, how do you bring it to the population? So it's a bit complicated. The country, we are not so much used to that kind of energy mix. But now we are making all efforts to have good agreement with the Federal Ministry of Gas and Power to really actualize this. And we, Total Energies, we've acquired an entity. So we have an entity now that we call Renewable Explorer in the mix to look at opportunities in Nigeria that we can consolidate, including that of Total Solar International. Gas, I don't need to say too much about it. Today in Nigeria, you know, the mainstay of Nigeria, the economy, apart from oil, is LNG. I hope everybody knows that. So in LNG, we are suppliers of LNG, and we are part owners of LNG. So in terms of commitment, you can see our commitment. And today we beat our chest in Total Energies. We are the best customers of LNG. We produce above our DCQ on a daily basis. And by the month of September, we will have produced what was meant to be produced for the whole year. So we are doing our best, and we'll continue to do that. In Port Harcourt, we have a pipeline that was constructed and finished in 2012, which is the NOPL, Northern Oil Pipeline. It takes gas from where we're producing gas in OMI 58. And everybody can, so you have Alauji power plants is taking gas from there. Indorama is taking gas from there. We have so many other companies that are lining up to take gas from this pipe. So in terms of actions, you see that Total Energies have really put investments in face of this action. CFR projects, carbon footprint reduction projects that we have in Nigeria. I think I will just leave you with that. You see it, flaring policy is completely reduced. We have big, gigantic projects that have been designed from beginning not to have flaring at all. So when you say you want to reduce greenhouse effect there, we now go into the machinery to be reducing the efficiency of and availability of equipment. So a lot has been done in that respect. I will not go too much into it. And just to mention that reducing carbon footprint is not only good for business. It's not only intentional for business. It is when a country wants to develop, a country like Nigeria. Honestly, this is the way to look. If we reduce our carbon footprints in the areas where we are producing, it means that the aquatic life, that everything that we have around there is going to respond positively to that initiative. So we really pushing, not pushing ourselves alone. And I know that Uche is fully aware of the desperation that we have with all our partners. Where we are not operating, but for which we are a partner, we always bring it to the table that we support 100% all initiatives that has to do with carbon footprint reduction. And that's why all the projects that Shell has proposed, I think we've always supported them fully because it's aligned with our own objectives, and we drive it. Even in OPTS, in every area where we are, we insist that this must be done. I've gone through it very rapidly because I've been told that we need to manage time, but I would like to take 2 questions if possible.
Because of time, okay, if the 2 of you can ask your questions in 30 seconds each, and he can agree to answer in 1 minute, then I'll take 2 questions. Okay, we agree?
Yes.
Okay, we agree? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Samson. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. I just have one question, actually 2, but because of the time, I will just go straight to the point. First of all, I like where you mentioned some of the numbers, and which I thank you also. I like your numbers. So to go straight to the point, I want to ask on when you talk about the routine flaring and the elimination, because, as you know, this is a technical session. So really, I'm a bit controversial in some things. When you say you are not going to go into deep, I think we want to hear some of the deep solution has been deployed and working. So in case of Egina, I want to ask, is this project, when you are talking about routine flaring and elimination, is this project, are they based on a proof of concepts, or are they all projects that has been deployed and working? And then are they based on modular package? We want to learn more because we also are operators. So we want to know more of those solutions that was offered. Yeah,
thank you. Sir, he used 2 minutes. Can you use 30 seconds? Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, the MD. I actually
DMD.
Thank you for promoting me.
My question is actually on the zero flaring. Yes. Bearing in mind the advantage of routine flaring, have you considered in your design the safety, the economic and operational issues associated with zero flaring?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, so I start with the clarification. I insist every time that I talk about the zero, I put routine. So what we design for is that you will never design your infrastructure or your installation to have a zero, to have a routine flaring component. Meaning that when I go to a platform, I don't want to see that every time of the day there is the flare is red and is just going woo, woo, woo like that. So we design to not have routine flaring. There is what is called safety flare. Safety flare, you must have it because there is no way you run turbo generators, you will run compressors, and you will not have what you call safety flare. But people in the industry know that when you compare the safety flare with routine flare, you are talking about 1 to maybe 100,000. So the safety flare is actually very small, but it is compulsory to have. That is why there is no installation, there is no installation you will have. You will still have a flare and you will be able to do the safety flare. Now, proof of concept. No, Egina is a project. Egina is the largest FPSO on Africa soil. It's the largest one. It's been in production since 2018. It's the landmark project that has been done in Nigeria. It's the one single most expensive project ever done in Nigeria. So I'm talking about more than 14, 15 billion of dollars. This project was put on stream 2018. It was producing at startup 200,000 barrels of oil per day and with zero routine flare component. So this is what I'm talking about, that it's a deliberate action. You have to be decisive in doing that. So that project is not just in the paper. It's a project that has been put. I was there this weekend. So it's an FPSO, is the biggest FPSO on the face of Africa. Thank you so much.
Please, one more time for Mr. Victor Bandele, Deputy Managing Director, Deep Water Assets, Total Energies EP Nigeria, walking us through what they at Total Energies Nigeria is doing in getting to net zero, setting similar targets, and highlighting collaborations between them and their joint venture partners, if you like. There's a lot Nigerian companies can learn from what the international oil companies do. A lot of it you can learn. I mean, for instance, Shell has given us a slide where you see different subsidiaries under one umbrella. But most times, Nigerian companies want to remain as single entities when you can collaborate, pull resources together. There are a lot of young professionals here, so you can run with that. Don't go solo all the time. Start a business and bring like minds together and grow a conglomerate. It's important. Okay, without wasting much of your time, we move on now to the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. Their presentation will be taken by the co-founder of Just Stand Out. Please welcome Joseph Inyang.
Yehi. 𝒔𝒐𝒎 or die. 𝒔𝒐𝒎 or die. 𝒔𝒐𝒎. 𝒔𝒐𝒎 or die. With that, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joseph Inyang. I am a co-founder of Just Stand Out. I am here representing REAN, which is the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. We are all about renewables. And some people may be wondering, well, why are you here? As you can see from the last presenter, most people from the mining industry, which includes petroleum, are now moving to the renewable area. And so the association's main focus is to promote Nigerian local content in renewable energy. We also promote interest of our members, donors, associations, and the rest. And the last but not the least is to create a forum where we can disseminate information and knowledge. So with that, we take a look at this chart. And lots of speakers before me have talked about what challenges we face in Nigeria. We like to put it as not just a challenge, but also an opportunity in the sense that it's something that we believe in my lifetime will overcome. This chart was done a few years ago. Population on one side, megawatts in thousands on the other. Like the speaker said earlier on, 5,000 is what we achieved a few days ago. Installed capacity is 11. So, what does 𝒔𝒐𝒎 mean? It means that the way or the keys to get through where we are going is 1, decentralization. Number 2 is storage. And in most of my quotes, I say storage is the new crude oil and lithium ion is the Brent crude. Next is efficiencies, recycling and repurposing. And the last but not the least is artificial intelligence. We need all those to bridge what we call the kilowatt divide in Nigeria, as well as provide energy globally. Now, let's take a little bit step backwards and see. This chart was done in 2008. We were actually, as a group then called Nigerians for Super Energy, which still exists.
We were looking at having laws that will decentralize the grid. We were talking about truly national oil company. If any of you here believe that Total Energies or Shell is not a national oil company, do something to them and see what their state governments are going to do to you, okay? They are. So the last but not the least was transparency, all those around there. Now, if you take a look at all the other things that we have here, nuclear power, wind, solar was actually up there some time ago. However, solar panels today that used to be $6 per kilowatt, today is about 50 cents. So that has actually come down from this tree, so it's more affordable. Now, because of time, there are several other opportunities here. There's cooking gas, there's coal, there's what we actually call an ice battery. What is an ice battery? It's one of those things we talk about repurposing. You know that yellow keg that you sell vegetable oil in? Take it out, clean it up properly, put it inside your freezer. Sometimes you can put 2 or 3 of them in there. You do not need an inverter to power that, even for 3 days if you don't have light in your home. Why? Because it's thermal storage. Now, let's go back to DSERA. First, we looked at it as keys. Now, let us look at them as disruptive forces, because all those things are coming together to disrupt life as we know it. I'm going to put up my hand here. I am the #1 fan in Africa for Elon Musk and all he does. Okay, I knew him before he was rich. And when I knew him, I knew about him before he was rich. So all those forces are really coming together, and they are going to disrupt the world in ways we have never seen. Tesla is your #1 DSERA company. I have named them that. And if you follow them, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Today they are spending time now on AI. An AI that is going to be able to help you in the house and do several things. They have one of the best storage systems out there. They went into Australia that was having problems with power, and he solved it in less than 100 days. Because his bet then was, if he doesn't solve it in 100 days, he was going to give out the equipment for free. And he did. And he made me a believer. Now, if we step back a little bit on this chart, and before I go into this chart, I want to ask the question, and whoever gets the question first gets this. And this should be an easy question for this crowd. What was the first use of crude oil? What was the use? Eh? Somebody? My man. Sorry, he did. He did. Okay. One of the things they did not teach us in chemistry was that, and it wasn't until I watched a documentary on TV called The Men Who Built America. Petrol used to be poured as waste. It was a waste product. Kerosene replaced well oil that was used for lighting and other animal oils that were used for lighting, okay? So that is what happened. So why was the town crier saying DSERA or die? If you do not change, you're gonna die. And therefore, you have to change. You have to transition. Some of it is violent. So you either eat yourself or somebody will eat you. Light. Yeah, kerosene. Standard Oil came out of the fact, and their brand Standard Oil came out of the fact that their kerosene will not kill you. Because if you did not have a good process in what happened with petrol, with sinking, and people were dying. So they came up with Standard Oil. That's how they made their money. Please watch that documentary. It's on YouTube, The Men Who Built America. If you want to change your life, watch that. They were monopolists, they had their bad, but at the end of the day, all the money they spent getting, they also spent giving it out on philanthropy. Boy, I don't know what my time is because guess what? I forgot to push the start button on this. So I'm not sure who my timekeeper is, but if you take a look at this chart, you'll see disruption in several areas. This chart right here on the roads, electric cars actually happened before internal combustion engine cars happened, but batteries were not good enough, so they died. And why did they die? Because somebody invented a starter for the car. Because cars before, if you're old enough, you will know that you had to crank them. And it was not fun. You wear your suit and crank it before you drive. So people didn't like it. So this kind of gives you an area. And Elon Musk has said that he's waiting for the density of lithium ion to get to about 400 watts per kg for him to think about putting out an aeroplane that would succeed. So we'll need to take a look at that. Okay. Now, I think a lot of people have dwelt on this as to where the transition is going. So again, based on time, I would not really spend too much time on that. Okay, now, like I said earlier on, okay, lithium ion is the new Brent crude. Storage is the new crude oil. And that's where it's going. Tesla is actually registered today in several countries as a utility company. They are using lithium ion batteries to stabilize the grid in ways that peaker plants cannot do. Peaker plants, I hope everybody knows what those are. They are being decommissioned quickly. Why? Because lithium ion is filling that gap with AI included faster than, or sorry, the response is faster than anything that you can imagine. Okay, now as a company, we went into strategic agreements with Pylon Tech, a company that actually in a test in Australia beats Tesla in their battery wall. So if you want to buy battery wall and you can't find it because Tesla can't even produce enough, talk to us. So far, just before COVID happened, we got our first shipments. Between us and our partners, we've been able to deploy 4.7 gigawatt hours of lithium ion battery in country. Somebody should clap to that. Okay, now, something more friendly, something more friendly here, and I will skip a lot of charts, but something more friendly here is, and if you go to our booth, you'll see it. Yes, renewable is really good, but when you talk to somebody running an industry, a farm, or so on, it is not going to be able to provide you with all your power because you do not have a stable grid. That's where what we call PV diesel or PV gas comes into play. Your diesel generator or your gas generator can run anywhere from 25 minimum to 100% load, while you would have your solar panels providing the rest of the power. Because when the clouds come in, you need to have something to back that up. Now, I have 2 minutes, so I'm just going to stop on this chart, and then I'm going to fast forward to the other ones. I think they will distribute the charts to you, but we have a system that with just standout string inverters. There's one sitting out there, it's 50 kilowatts. We can stack them together to provide what you want. I also had a picture of a container showing there, a 20-foot container. We can put a megawatt hours of battery if you want to add battery to that setup. So you can do a combination or hybrid, and that works as well. Let's see. I'll just fast forward. These are technical things if we had the time, but we don't. Okay, this is just important. Why is this possible today? Because we have a technology that provides a wide range. So the string inverters can now work with diesel generators or gas generators. Automatic diagnosis, export control, intelligence. Any equipment we work today with, you can either have your phone or you can have your laptop and you can monitor it. And if you go to our table there, you'll see one of our sites being monitored anywhere in the world. Just put in a SIM card and you'll get it. And it has detailed records of analysis that you can do. With that, I'll say thank you. No, I still have one more here to give out. The first person to repeat what 𝑑𝒂𝒂𝒔 stands for gets this, and you're the judge. She got it. Thank you. Okay, now I'm open to questions. And how many? Yeah.
See you through Amazon. You should get it like in a week. Please, photographer, help me pass it to her. Okay, any questions for Mr. Inyang? Any question for Mr. Inyang real quick? Any question for, after Mr. Inyang, we'll take one from Seplat, two sponsors' remarks, vote of thanks, launch, raffle, and we're done, right? So we're almost there, just almost there. No questions, well understood, well understood, well understood. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Please leave the mic on the lectern there. Thank you very
thanks
much.
again, yeah, ciao.
By the way, Mr. Inyang, you are the second person I will be nominating for a national award for time management later this year. You did good with my time today. Thank you very much. Okay, real quick, we'll move on now to the Research and Development Manager, New Energy for Seplat Energy PLC. Let's welcome 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒚. Temi? Zanyang, I hope you're not leaving yet. Okay, cool, because we need to give you your plaque.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I was told I have, 15 minutes, but I assure you I would win that award for timekeeping. Yeah, so I'll try and run through this very quickly. I mean, a lot has been said about what net zero emissions are, so I won't dwell on that. But of course, it's just trying to achieve a balance of what you emit and what you can remove from the atmosphere, right? And there's always that ambiguity between emissions, net zero emissions, and net zero carbon. So today's theme is net zero, right? But I mean, I've added the emissions, so it's properly defined. So this is sort of the outline. Let's just know what the worldview is, and of course, the pathway, the fields of action for Africa, right? And of course, before you could get what the field of action is, there are some challenges, right? And once you know those challenges, you can chart a way forward to actually solve that challenges. Then I'll bring it home, back to Nigeria, and then back to Seplat's, our initiatives we are doing currently to achieve our own target of net zero. Right, so this is just showing the different net zero emissions announcements around the globe. And of course, most of the industrialized nations, which make up about 25% of the population, are the ones emitting 70%. So putting into perspective, Africa and the rest of the world just do only about 27%. Right. So Africa mostly have not really, if you look at the charts, you don't really have the precise number of the value of the global CO2 emissions on the charts. because I mean, we are not there, which I'll show you in the some future slide in terms of taking our inventory, right, into the global emissions, the rest of the world. And this industrialized nations in the globe, it's very important to know that it's all about efficiency for them now. They are much advanced, right, in their power generations and other factors that cause the emissions. So they are in the stage of efficiency, right, in terms of renewables, electric vehicles, and of course, other low carbon intensity sort of ventures, right? So it's all about energy efficiency them to even get better to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. All right, but in contrary to that, Africa is where we now bring home the challenges. We are not there yet, right? Even in terms of trying to say we are going further to be efficient as a country, Africa. So one of our key challenges, of course, in Africa is energy poverty, right? So we rather energy, right, currently in Africa, it's too costly, it's unreliable, or it's simply not even there. We all know the issues we're having with power and the grid. So rather for us, in terms of energy efficiency, it's more of adaptation to what we have in Africa as a country, to adapt to what we have, rather than even being going ahead to be efficient. So to get out of Africa's energy poverty, is a lot of electrifying industries that need to be done. If you go to if you look at this slide, sorry. So you see on the vertical axis is your energy efficiency consumption versus the per capita income. You can see that there's no low energy rich country, because we don't just have the power in Africa. We are starved, right? So the more we can electrify, the more we can create jobs and create more disposable incomes, then our GDP per capita increases. And of course, that gives us the disposable income to actually generate and use power. So we are not in that stage. The key message is, of course, we want to be efficient, but we are not even there yet. Right, another challenge is access, right? About 60% have no access to the grid, right? And even 59% of sub-Saharan Africa, they all live in rural areas. They don't also have access to the grid. So electrification of it has to be largely in a rural area. There's barely access to energy, right? In Africa, which is a well-known fact as well, right? And a combination of that poverty, energy poverty, and access and lack of access to the energy, right, is what makes us adapt, as I mentioned earlier, to what we have, right, which has caused a biomass problem, right? Because we are more or less constrained to use firewood, as you see, as most of the percentage of people that have access are in rural areas. So that's caused a huge biomass problem. If you look at the chart showing the energy supply, of course, 47% are still biomass. And look at the charts below in the rural area and the use of firewood. I think the bottom is not showing, but if you look at the use of firewood, you're talking about 70%, right? Compared to LPG use, which is about 15 to 25. So this has caused a huge biomass problem for us in Africa, and which is clearly shown in this chart, right? And this issue of biomass, of course, because of the usage of firewood and all, you need to cut, do a lot of deforestation, right? And that's one of also the biggest emitters, which I'm sure everyone is aware of. And it closely follows the energy sector. It's about 24% causing GHG emissions. So that's when you combine the energy poverty and lack of access in Africa, there's a huge biomass problem, which is also causing 24% of the emissions, right? And last, again, is of course, finance. I'm sure if you follow the COP26, there was a pledge made in 2015 about pledging about It's about $100 billion per annum, right? And that was raised again in 26, but it wasn't met, so you could see clearly the deficit in the financing for electricity versus the population without areas, right? In Africa. So the combination of all this is good to understand all of this, the biomass problem, the energy poverty, access, biomass problems, and the lack of finance, right? So that will make us tailor to chart a specific way, which must be unique, just, and equitable, right, for our energy transition to net zero. Once we have a very good, clear understanding of these problems. So you can see at the end, the fields of action, of course, will be to promoting access to energy, right? I mean, we know what in Nigeria, what the cap is here. What we are generally, the cap we have in terms of transmission, right? Then de-risking and promoting private sector investments. Of course, we want public and private sector partnerships because that will encourage more funding from the private sector and policy making from the government. And then to de-risk these investments, and then also solve the access of, say, poverty, for instance. Of course, strengthening and monetizing the grid. That also help in creating assets, which is one of the challenges, right? And then also supporting systemic innovation, right? So this we're taking into a combination of this will make what are actions to be very just and equitable, because of course when I say equitable, we don't just want to think of just emissions reduction, but because of the unique way we're positioned, we have to increase our social and economic welfare as well as we go along trying to solve those issues for our access. So bringing this home back from Africa to Nigeria, we are well ahead in Nigeria trying to resolve these issues to get up to reach our net zero energy transition net zero targets, right? And like I mentioned, those are the four ways to chart. And currently, these are the things Nigeria is doing currently, right, to create an enabling environment. Right, because once you look at this slide, oops, sorry. Yeah, so you see there's the political initiative for energy transition. And that's what Nigeria is very well doing in terms of the gas policy, CBN intervention, the presidential power initiative, and all of that. Of course, so all that is creating, trying to reduce energy poverty, create access, energy access, and then provide finance as well. So what are we doing in 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒂'𝒔? I think which is the key thing people would like to know in this room, of course, but it's all tailored and strategically fits what are the challenges in Africa and in Nigeria. And these are our priorities, right, in 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒂'𝒔. Right, and just to start from the last one, which leads me to the next slide, is achieving significant reductions in our corporate emissions. Because as you know, charity begins at home, right? So if the way we look at it is, let's try and be efficient and in what we can control and reduce our emissions as much as possible. So if you look at this slide, what makes most of our emissions in 𝒂𝒊𝒄𝒂'𝒔 is our gas flares, right? It's about 88% of that. So these are base year line. That's about 2.8 million CO2 tons of carbon equivalent. So and that of course falls under our scope 1, right? So that's what we're currently doing now within the company, and that's a key driver for us. So we've put things in place. So if to summarize this, I mean, these are all the key activities. If you look at this slide, the first bar where we're doing about 63 million scopes. we plan that by 2025, we'll get to about I think that's 2 million, right? Doing all of these activities. And to summarize, of course, is our gas plant for AG recovery, the screw compressors for LP, for the low pressure fair gas volumes, and of course, maintaining existing compressors, right? So in summary, that's what we're doing. So from our baseline, to, which is was at 2020, 2.8 to 2022, which is where we are currently. We've carried out some of those activities and of course moved from 2.8 to 2.1, right? But we are not stopping there. Like we said, to 2025, we will try and take it down to 2. And of course, with that 2 million barrels that's left, we plan to use offsetting, of course, to try and get attain carbon neutrality. So which is what you see below here. So we have different things planned: our carbon credit monetization and offset monetization, which we are doing. We have the energy assets, the concession and power disco arrangements. We're also doing some things with LPG and the CNG cylinders for penetration, right? That's to create more energy assets. And also the tree planting. We plan to do about 1 million trees a year, and in 5 years, about 5 million. And interestingly, last year, we just launched our Tree for Life initiative in Abuja, in Abuja as well. So once you look at this roadmap, we have laid out a lot of different initiatives classified under these different categories for flare reduction, fugitive emissions, and energy efficiency, right? So we know as we grow, we're a very ambitious company as well. And as we grow, we would obviously still have our greenhouse gas emissions increasing, but we have that in mind and have all these initiatives in place to further reach our net zero target. And where there's still emissions, because of course, you can't really just achieve net zero carbon. So you'll be using some offsetting like I've mentioned. And again, one interesting thing is our current target, which is set for 2026 or so, we'll be well ahead of what the Climate Act for 2021 will be setting. So we also took that into consideration. So to wrap that up is this last slide, which again shows that we are in line with what Nigeria is doing. Nigeria has some certain aspirations. The government has created an enabling environment which is tied to what the Africa, which is tied, yes, there are some certain government, the aspirations, and our separate energy initiatives are exactly tied to those initiatives. As you can see, all the initiatives we have lined up very well tied to what the government has in place. And we're even aspiring to reach our net zero targets well ahead of time. Yeah, so I mean, I'll leave you with the question, and everybody here are you also aligned and with what the government is doing? Because of course you can't do it in isolation. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Did I keep to the time?
Yes, you did. So you are in the running for my award. It's at the end of the year, so it might be a destination award. So get your visa and ticket ready. Maybe where would you want to go? Seychelles, Maldives, Thailand?
I'll let you know.
All right. Any questions for him, please? Any questions for 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒏? He's the Research and Development Manager, New Energy for Seplat Energy PLC. Do you have any question for him? No question? 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒏, thank you very much.
All right.
Please leave the mic on the
Okay,
lectern
thank
and I'll
you.
grab it from there. Please, another round of applause for 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒏. Thank you very much. You know what? I think I'll just go from here. Now we'll take sponsors' remarks. We have, as I said, 2 sponsors I'll be talking to us. But before I do this, can you please appreciate all of our sponsors for today? Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Before the sponsors remark, can I have all the speakers come back? Can I have all the speakers come back? Temi, please come back. Temi, please come back on stage. Come back on stage. Thank you very much. We've had Mr. Inyang. Total has gone, right? Total has even gone. Mr. Inyang, please come back. Uche, John Bosco, please back on stage. This is just an appreciation, from SP Lagos section, Nigerian Council Lagos section, an appreciation for coming to speak with us. So I'm beginning with you. Who do you have? Seplat Energy. Okay, go right ahead. After Uche, go up after Uche. Oh, Joseph is gone. Oh, okay. Seplat, please. Fayama, that's for Seplat. Thank you very much, Seplat, for sharing your wisdom with us. Mistura, thank you for that gentle and kind reminder, Mistura. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Who do you have? Okay, renewable energy. All right. Proceed. Renewable energy, proceed. Thank you very much, renewable energy. Yes. I'm told Mr. Inyang has gone to some other meeting. Okay, still within the premises. Well, thank you kindly for receiving on his behalf. Just hold on, don't go yet. Tell me with me. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Rian. Tell me, don't go yet. We'll take a group photograph. Don't go yet. Rian, please proceed. Get close to Fayama, our Lagos section chair, presenting the plaque of appreciation for coming to speak to us. Indeed, opened our eyes to quite a lot of things. Only he didn't tell us how long it would take Elon Musk to solve Nigeria's power problem. If it took him 100 days for Australia. Shell, please go ahead. Nigeria might be 1 year. They could afford it. We can more than afford it, my sister. If those people that share Ghana must go will let us be. But it's all right. He's all right. Council Chairman, he's not here? Council Chair is not here. Okay, that's fine. Fayama will take that picture with them. Please now come back, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Timmy, please come back and take a group photograph with our section chair. All of you, with our section chair, please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead. Show us the plaque, beautiful plaque, courtesy of SPE Lagos. You want to try us? We're good like that. We'll go, let's look at the finesse with that plaque. You can put it in the best place in your office or your house. People enter, tell them it's SP Lagos section. Tell them, we ain't joking here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you so very much. Yes, good man. Please set it back in the middle. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we're going straight into short remarks from our sponsors. First off, let's take the Managing Director and Chief Executive of 𝑭𝒊𝒕 Limited, Engineer Dave Nwosu. Engineer Dave Nwosu, please proceed. Put your hands together and our sponsor will talk. Not be small person, sponsor. After him, Shlombeje will address us, and then Priscilla would head. Engineer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here in your midst today and to thank you for your time, for being here. It's not easy. I'm also thanking SPE for organizing this wonderful event and providing us with this platform to showcase our interest in making sure that SPE transits with the world in terms of energy access and renewable energy. My speech is going to be very short. So I'm very glad that SPE has started incorporating conversations around renewable energy, energy transition in the mainstream of what she does. Before now, it was as if the oil and gas industry was resisting change when it comes to energy transition. But as reality begins to set, SPE, being a traditional petroleum engineering organization, saw the need to start opening up and bringing in fresh ideas about how energy transition could impact its operations both now and in future. And on the basis of that, thinking about this particular program for today on Africa's pathway to net zero was actually a gratifying topic for us. So when we saw it, we felt, wow, that this is a very good opportunity for us to come in and contribute our own quota towards ensuring that there is seamless transition to net zero between the traditional conventional oil and gas industry and the renewable energy space. With that, I want to introduce 𝒂𝒕 Limited to you. 𝒂𝒕 is a company that started off as an oil field services company. Most of you know us as that company that helps some oil field upstream companies to solve their wax generation issues in their oil wells. If you talk to companies like Newcross and Seplat, they will tell you that, yes, that 𝒂𝒕 has been a very reliable partner when it comes to wax management in their production wells. But beyond that, sometime in 2016, we saw the future that renewable energy was going to be a big thing sooner in the world energy affairs. And on the basis of that, we also created the renewable energy unit or outfit called 𝒂𝒕 Solar. So while we were doing our conventional oil and gas business, we kept an eye on the evolution that the energy industry will evolve over time. So we decided to create 𝒂𝒕 Solar. And it was difficult because back then, the question was, oh, solar, oh, it doesn't work. Oh, solar is too expensive. Oh, the equipment breaks down. But today, it's no longer a question of whether it works or not. The narrative has now changed. Across the estates in Lekki, you see a lot of roofs scattered with solar panels. That was the dream some of us had when we joined the fray. And today we are glad that people are beginning to see the importance of petrol generators, diesel generators. It's not the very best, especially in residential areas. So we are advocates of going renewable, especially for residential areas, to curb that menace and also to put money back in your pocket. You and I agree today that diesel cost has gone astronomically high, and we are paying 165 naira per liter today for petrol simply because it's a regulated market. By the time it's deregulated, you can agree with me that the price of petrol per liter today will almost be at par with the price of generator. So in seeing this, we decided, okay, it's important that we bring in the renewable solution to our energy mix. We are not saying that fossil fuel should be killed. We strongly believe in energy mix. Most of the presenters today have stressed that importance, and we quite agree that it should be an energy mix. Fossil fuel still has a role to play in the industry because most often than not, you could see that high energy intensive industrial applications still ride well on fossil fuel solutions. But all we are saying is that we should be smart about combining the two. Don't kill one for the other. Over time, we will get to that sweet spot, that optimal point, whereby we can harness the talent or the natural resources we have in country. So on the basis of that, 𝒂𝒕 Limited as a company is proud to be associated with Society of Petroleum Engineers. We are committing to continuously support the affairs of the society, both now and in future, to what extent and to what level we can. Based on that, I say, enjoy your meal, enjoy your time here when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the same vein, real quick, Communications Manager, Nigeria and Africa for 𝒊𝒒, Mr. 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒑𝒂𝒂𝒚. I like the ring to your name, brother. 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒑𝒂𝒂𝒚. You know, if I were whiskey, I would do a song with that. I was thinking 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒑𝒂𝒂𝒚. It'll vibe, you know, like become a big hit. You're welcome, brother.
Thank you, Richmond. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all so much for your attention. My name is 𝒂𝒕𝒊𝒐𝒑𝒂𝒂𝒚, and I cover communications for 𝒊𝒒 West Africa. And it's a pleasure to give this remark on behalf of the leadership of 𝒊𝒒. Addressing climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our generation. It's not a new topic at all, especially with all that is happening in the world today. There is both ambition and nuance, both context and pretext. There are questions to be asked and answers that we're still searching for. How do we achieve net zero, putting into consideration where we are and the resources available to us? How do we achieve net zero, knowing that energy is vital to the quality of life we have on Earth? Now, while there's a strong push to transition to renewable energy sources, Oil and gas will remain an important part of our energy mix for decades, especially in this part of the world. It's so interesting that I was having a conversation yesterday with the manager in my estate, and I told him that for someone who is very active in this conversation around cleaner fossil fuels, my footprint is ridiculous, just by the virtue of living in, an estate that has only maybe 5 days out of 30 days in a month from power grid. So the challenge exists, right? For us at Schlumberger, we're committed to improving our GHG emissions footprint in our facilities and our operations. And so far, we have achieved a reduction of over 100,000 tons compared to what we had in 2020. For context, in Nigeria, we implemented various initiatives, such as the Carbon Emissions Reduction Project that provides us with cleaner power and reduces noise pollution. We have also expanded the use of renewable energies and continue to accelerate digital adoption in our supply chain, bringing a significant reduction in our emissions and also improving our waste management processes. Now, this year we have continued in the same momentum, continuing to chart a path to our net zero goal, continued in what we can do to make the world a safer and better place. We have also embedded sustainability throughout Schlumberger at every level so that it resonates across the business. So beyond the business, how are we as employees of Schlumberger, how are we enacting sustainability in a way that drives impact in our communities? In terms of climate action, our focus this year is on developing a detailed roadmap to get to zero, continuing to decarbonize our operations and embracing new energy and transition opportunities. It goes without saying that climate action is bigger than just ourselves. It's bigger than our industry, it's bigger than a country, it's bigger than a continent. So we need to step up our collaboration efforts in order to accelerate the speed. We need to understand and reduce our own carbon footprint, but also recognize the need to work collaboratively with our customers, our suppliers, regulators, and other industry players to move the needle. We are all connected and interlinked through our value chain. So the only way we can reach net zero goals is by coming together to take action. Now, technology and innovation, which is deeply rooted in the culture of Schlumberger, is very important in driving climate change. At Schlumberger, our transition technology portfolio is specifically aimed at enabling our customers' decarbonization efforts, focusing on the largest possible opportunities to reduce our industry footprint. We are committed to empowering ourselves and teams internally through local events focused on the environmental and social priorities that are most impactful for our local stakeholders. We use the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals as a framework to prioritize these needs. Coincidentally, actually, today begins a 3-day campaign that we're running at Schlumberger, where we are mobilizing employees to contribute sustainably to our environment and to the communities where we live. We have a series of events to commemorate our commitment to sustainability. And on Friday, it's pretty much a half day. Everyone is encouraged to volunteer and go out at different initiatives. So from beach cleaning to planting trees, to paying courtesy visits to schools through our seed program. We are finding ways to positively impact the communities where we live and we work. So what am I saying in essence? Engagement is fundamental to driving change. Taking climate action is being part of the solution to decarbonize our industry and to enable our society meet the energy needs while reducing GHG emissions. There's a lot that we can say. I mean, and I've been paying close attention from yesterday to today, all the conversations around sustainability, carbon footprint, etc. There's a lot to say. We can expend hours in different pockets of conversations around this. So what is the mandate? The mandate is that we as humans, as the occupants of the world, it is up to us. We can leverage technology all that we can. We can use it to improve our service delivery. We can use it to reduce the time that we spend on projects, etc. But if we are not able to take actions as human beings, the work that this technology is doing is in vain. So we have to personally, collectively commit to being mindful of the actions that we are taking on a daily basis. And I would wrap by saying thank you. Thank you to the wonderful team who put this event together. And thank you to the co-sponsors for sharing in this vision. Thank you to all the participants for giving your attention to this urgent issue. And most importantly, again, thank you to all of us that even as we leave this room today, we're going to be more aware of our actions and the effects on climate change. Now, if this industry convenings, and we have a lot of this, I can't tell you how many times I've seen Richmond's face this year talking about climate action. If this industry convenings achieve one thing, it is the knowing that in big and in small ways, consciously or subconsciously, we are defining the future through our actions. So let's make it count. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. Please, Fayama, can someone get Fayama to come into the room now? Please, please. Thank you very much, 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒂. Thank you so much. 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒊𝒐𝒂 is the communications manager in Nigeria and Africa for 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒔. Can we get Fayama to come into the room now? We want to give plaques of appreciation to our sponsors, to our exhibitors. To our exhibitors, thank you for sharing in this dream with SPE, Nigeria Council Lagos section. Is Fayama coming? Okay, my ushers, can you come this way with the plaques, please? We're beginning with ETC, Energy Training Center. We're beginning with ETC. Following ETC will be Niger Delta, then Nevadich, then Tenaris, then Platform, then Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. Please, all of our exhibitors, can we show them some appreciation with an applause? Fitting for their standing behind the Lagos section. Mr. 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒊𝒏𝒂𝒃 is, of course, the MD of Energy Training Center. I hope you visited their booth or their stand rather to listen to what they have to offer in terms of training and building capacity for your respective concerns, whether for renewable energy or for the core E&P business that we're doing in the industry. So thank you. Okay, this is ETC. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Niger Delta. Niger Delta, please step forward. Niger Delta. Who is coming for Niger Delta? Niger Delta. Who's coming? Niger Delta. Who's coming for Niger Delta? Please just hold on. Niger Delta, who's coming? Please proceed. Niger Delta, go up, 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 go up. Thank you, Niger Delta. Thank you for exhibiting. One of the leading companies you are in this industry, of course. You are one of the earliest entrants into the marginal field operation and one of the star pupils of that space in this industry. Thank you for coming to share what you're doing in driving, getting to net zero. Thank you so much. Thank you. Nevadich, you are next. Nevadich began a few years ago, and today they are servicing the big independents and the IOCs. We're proud of what you're doing. We're even prouder that you're an SPE member. Thank you, Nevadich. Thank you. Gina, also we appreciate the work that you're doing and for coming out to exhibit. We appreciate you. Tenaris, you're next. Tenaris, your name does not sound like what you do is pipelines. I don't see Kobara when I see your name. Where's Tenaris? Tenaris, when I see you, I see suit with your name, but obviously you remove the suit and wear coverall when we're not looking, which is important for business. I don't think they're here. Don't bother stepping up if they're not here. We're going to get it to them. Okay, cool. Platform Petroleum. Platform, thank you for coming to share with us what you're doing in the gas space with your marginal field at 𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒏. Thank you so much for sharing. Okay, Rosemary Mobi is coming to receive for Platform. For exhibiting and also, no, don't use that, please, come this way. That has sustainability issues. This is more sustainable. Okay, Rian, you're going next after this. If I was going to build Tenaris, if I collect it on your behalf and send it to you, only first class, that's what I fly. From VI to Ikoyi, I fly first class to send it to you. Just hold on if I in 1 second. Hold on. What do you have, Rian? Go ahead. Go ahead with Rian. Rian, please go ahead. Go ahead with Rian. All right, Tenaris is not here. Tenaris will receive. Priscilla, Can I have you join them on stage for a group photograph now? Please come. Once you're done with that, you will take your vote of thanks. Priscilla, you join this group photograph. Priscilla is the SPE Lagos section programs chair. Of course, I know. This is family. I got this. Join them, please. Go ahead, photograph. Join them for the group photograph. So please move to the center now. Move to the center for the photograph. Make sure you are not standing in front of that projector ray. It will affect the picture somewhat. Say again. No, Rosemary is there for platform. James, we can work with that. Have you got that picture? If you've got that picture, photographer, help me with my lectern again for Priscilla 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂, Chairman, Lagos Programs Committee. There's a Lagos section of SPE. Can we give our exhibitors another round of applause? Thank you very much. Thank you. So exhibitors, you can come back to your seat. Just give us a few more minutes. Now, after our vote of thanks, we will do the raffle draw. After the raffle draw, we'll eat lunch and we can proceed to offices or homes. Photographer, help her now. Bring my lectern back this way. Do you need it? See that lectern now? Bring the lectern back this way. Yeah, now make Priscilla take talk. Priscilla, you want the lectern back here? Please. Thank you, guys. No, to the middle, to the middle. All right, Priscilla 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'S Lagos section programs chair. You have the floor. Vote of thanks is now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Priscilla 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂 I'm the SP Lagos section programs chairperson. On behalf of the section chair, the board members, and the committee who worked really hard to put this program together, one we had yesterday and this one is just about to end. It's my great pleasure to stand here and say thank you on their behalf. I'd like to thank in a special way our sponsors, our presenters, our exhibitors, and all our invited guests. Without you, we would not be here. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge and thank NDEP, ETC, Chevron, Tenaris, EPT, 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒂, Renewable Association of Nigeria, Shell, Nigeria, Dr. Rita Okorafor, Platform, Nevadich, Total Energies, and Seplat Energy. Thank you for giving your time, your resources, and contributing to make this event a success, and for showcasing your solutions to ensuring that we achieve sustainable development within the African continent. Permit me to ask all the members of the committee who are here present to please stand up so we can give them a round of applause. The committee was led by Kuku Olatunde and Olanike Adeoye. So please stand up and let's all please give them a round of applause. They did an excellent work putting this together. Thank you. So before we go, I'd like to give you a brief about our upcoming activities. On the 28th of May, we have a walk and run. I was hoping that will be shown on the screen. Yes. On the 28th of May, we have a family walk and run, themed run for energy. It's happening at 𝒂𝒂𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂 Please register. The registration links are there. If you can't see it, please reach out to some of us who you would meet outside when lunch is going on to get a bit more detail about the event. On June 1, we have a petroleum engineering webinar series titled The Future of LNG, Past, Present, and Future. Please watch out for our communications, in your emails, and on our social media pages. If you'd like to get more information about SPE, please follow us on all social media platforms, Instagram, LinkedIn. Odion is right here, who's our section admin. Odion, please stand up so we can see you. So you can meet any of us, the board members, to give you a bit more information about our upcoming events. On the screen, you'll find all our social media handles, and you can send us an email, follow us, reach out to us, send us a DM, and we'll respond promptly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Priscilla 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂' Lagos section programs chair. And now the raffle draw. If your own has been signed and it's not here, completely signed, like you're not going to the exhibition to sign it now, completely signed and it's not here, give it to any of the ushers. If it's completely signed and it's not in this, okay. So it's just one person. What are we giving again? Let me see. What are we giving again? We're giving an Infinix X mobile phone, Hot 11 Play, an Amazon Fire 7 tab, a multi-port wireless charging station, 3 of those as consolation prizes. Now you know what? I'll begin with the multi-port wireless charging station. I'll just do 3 picks right away. And the first 3 I pick, you're getting the wireless port, multi-port wireless charging station. Now that's courtesy of NDEP, right? Okay, I got that? Fantastic. Thank you, NDEP, for supporting the raffle with this. And where's audio? Yes, I'm wondering if this thing can rest here. I don't think so. Huh? Let it come to this table. Let it go to Fireman's table. I want it on Fireman's table. Can someone help me? I want it on Fireman's table. I want it here. Let me solve this puzzle here. I want it here. Okay. There you go. So I want it here. Sir, he's the GM from NDEP, right? Yeah, the GM from NDEP, sir. Please come, sir. Please come. Wait. When did the person get here? Wait. Was the person here before we went for the exhibition the first time? Or the person came late? I'm ready for latecomers today. Yeah, I'm ready for latecomers. They signed us 6. They signed it when I was having meeting here. They were distracting the meeting, going to sign because they came late. Don't mind me, I'm joking. Put it. Oh, yeah, put them. Now, because of these people, now I have to shake. How do you lock this thing, Obiano? Okay, cool, it's locked. Okay. So I'm going to really spin this. So you will pick for me. It's spinning, it's just jumping up and down. I don't want to pick those people that came late. I want to pick those that came on time. Listen, when Oga touch you, release those that came on time. Take it. And somebody there, amen, you come quick, you come late. The way you shout that, maybe like say you come quick, yeah? No worry. No worry. Now, if you are sure that you are the person I'm going to pick, now raise up your hand. If you are sure, the one where you will never do you. Bros, be coming down for Jesus. Okay, you got come out to the other side. Come out to the eye, look the other side. Look away. I'm going to put hand inside. Just speak. Right, like that. Only one. One. I'm going to give me another one. No worry. No turn. I'm going to 2. I'm going to give me another one. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Don't do. Okay, you can sit down, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. What's that thing again? You say we are giving from NDP self. What's it again? Huh? Wireless, multi-port wireless charging station. Where is it? Let me see it. If I like it, then this travel draw is over. I'll just go home with it. You know what? Let's move on to other things. What are we doing? Because I'm taking on 3. Anyways, 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒚. Blessing, are you here? 𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒚. Blessing, step forward. Fayama, please step forward. Step forward. Fayama, you are doing all this presentation because of time. Please present to Blessing. Present to Blessing. Blessing. Oh, sorry, my sis. Sorry. Blessing, congratulations. You got that one. Thank you very much. Yeah, I like this smile, Blessing. I smile like a winner. I like that. 𝒂𝒊𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'𝒂'Akonde. You are my next winner. 𝒂𝒊𝒂'Akonde. 𝒂𝒊𝒂'Akonde, step forward, please. 𝒂𝒊𝒂'Akonde, step forward. Congratulations. Thank you, 𝒂𝒊𝒂'Akonde. Brilliant. That's a beautiful thing to have, honestly. NDEP, I'm interested, though, just for the records. Okay, Emmanuel Muibi. Congratulations. You got that one. Emmanuel Muibi, congratulations. All right. Section chair, please still stand there. We'll do the next speak. There is a GM from platform that is still here. Mr. Where is he? Is he still here? Christopher, can someone get him for me to pick this next one for me? GM, please come, please come. You pick this next one for me. If you want to clap for GM, clap for GM. Now then make this event happen. So GM, I want to spin it so that they will not say we're doing Pasha. You are going to pick, this person you pick now will be winning the Amazon Fire 7 tab. The Amazon Fire 7 tab. If you are the person that I'm about to pick, say yeah. Some of them are not get fit safe. If you are the person we're about to pick, say Namio. Only one tab, I won't give all of them, they shout. Only one person, if you know you are the one, only you shout. Namio. Only one tab, all of them, they shout. Now, wow. Hey, it is well. Okay, sir, just look away, look the other side. Put your hand in, bring your hand, just only one. I want only one. Thank you very much, sir. Let me have that. Okay. 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒒𝒂𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂. Where is it? Fayama, please step forward. You present, Fayama will present. Okay, you never go, never go. Please go ahead. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, you go pick one more, eh? Because of time, you go just do everything for me. You pick one more. This person now, you are getting the Infinix X mobile phone Hot 11 Play. Hey. The name of the phone long, so the phone go fit fine reach abi. The phone long too, like in name C level. Okay, look away. Take one. Let's go. Only one. I need only one. Only one. You see this thing called favor. One day for door, they wait, take me, then pass and take another one. It's called favor. This person, you are favored. You see this thing called favor. Hi. How I come put me? I don't feel anything. I come put my name for here. Let me win this one now. I'm not supposed to be part of it. Now, see, I'm my name there now. Huh? Okay, wait. Okay, calm down. No rush. Wait. Okay, now I might take this phone. Go. See, make him pick again. Anyways, 𝑭𝒊𝒕-𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂𝒂 Congratulations, Wura. Thank you, GM. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Wura. Congratulations. No, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. So there you have it. Congratulations. Welcome to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is served in the same spot where you had your tea earlier. Can we give Fayama and the Lagos section a big round of applause? Congratulations for putting this event together to all of you. And remember, Priscilla, you said it's May 28th. May 28th, there's a link for registration. How do they get that link if they want to register? Social media. Okay, cool. I also saw something around donating for this privilege, solar and all. Fantastic things, something good enough to do. Let me have that link. I should make some donations. Richmond Osuji is my name, and I'll see you all some other time. Let's run on the 28th. If I'm in Lagos, that is, I'd love to run. See you all. Bye-bye. Arrivederci. Lunch is served. Lunch is served. Okay, Lagos section members, please come on stage for a quick group photograph. Lagos section members, please come on stage for a quick group photograph. Lagos section members, please come on stage for a quick group photograph. Lagos section members, lunch is served. Please don't run away. Eat the food. Eat the food.